you then think we will know that your confessions are false. If, on the other hand, you are seen to swim or float, then your confessions of witchcraft are proven beyond a doubt in the sight of God, and you will be withdrawn from the water, hanged by the neck until you are dead.
That's right. On any beat we stand, don't put your money on sale, put it on full scale. Never fail. KRS. I'd rather have 100,000 true heads by me than 1 million of your fake fanatics behind me. I keep grinding me, chase me, you will never find me. I'll take you out 2 or 3 minutes, you can time me. You the dopest MC, I'll leave that ass sizzling. I'm giving more rhythm than gang rapes in prison. You small time, you ain't a pro. Yeah, you get the raw rhyme, but you're slow in your flow, that's all mine. Oh silly me, if I call on my lyric ability, I'll bring it right straight to your door, free delivery. Get with me, now I spit rap. I represent peace and knowledge, but I will contradict that. Click back. You don't want to battle me, you want to scatter away. I battle Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wait, let me check the schedule again. Saturday. I think you ought to follow your squad, they ran that away. These rappers you played out, spaced out, no format. Now why would you place your money on that? I drop more bars than sing, ching. Real teachers teach real things. I bring knowledge and skill. You should try to get with it. Challenging knowledge only means that you're ignorant. With the sword of justice, your throat, I'm sticking it. Gossip and scandal, I don't put my lips in it. Grow up, I'm moving like a U-Haul truck. You all stuck, cause you all suck. Forget the cup pops, your luck stops. I bring it to your butt out to enough blocks.
Yo, my squad is haunted like Elijah Muhammad, but I'm God retarded, ain't no righteousness and there's heart of violence. Hard as diamond, but I'm in the rough. Listen up, if you ever see me with the feds, you can better send the cops. Ain't no snitching us, bitching us, unofficial nuts. Everything we outside, you wish you was. Official thugs in the drug profession, drug connections, drug addictions. Still seeing the judge for drug possession. The 4 D's, all these is more V's to either get bit or leave and let live. We the best that years, TS. Ain't nobody else, we probably go. Once we all the way on top of the shelf, I'm locking your wealth with the master keys. Freeze, don't try to breeze. I'ma squeeze and blast the back of your knees. It's fast as cheese. Please from test the toaster. My checker roast your body faster than recess the roaster, you're getting closer to death. Reapers got a hold of your breath. You going straight to hell unless you sell your soul for your flesh. You was frozen the breath, not you frozen the bed. Minute ago, you was popping shit, holding your dick. Now what's the problem? You ain't nothing like you said on your album. I thought you was wildin', busting your guns and running the island. You wasn't violent, you was solid trying to get college credits. How pathetic, did it to get out of the kind aesthetics. I'm Dianetics combined with lyrics. My matureness is my insurance. Can my appearance, I'm a shining spirit. You gotta fear it, cause every lie's never's poison. You gotta steer it, you can't win, you better join them. I'm head anointing niggas like the holy gospel. I'm the only father local to smoke you with fire flowing nostril. Watch for the toast when you see it. You better draw yours, born laws, schooling the giant. It's all yours.
Went from welfare to Bel Air, and hell yeah, I hold heat. Where the life is to kill like police. So don't sleep, the sun shines brighter than any star. Rap terrorists, bomb mics in the name of Allah. Showing AG is who we are. Forever terror. All I need is 26 letters and 16 bars. I be bomb dropping verses that be so deaf. Searching for those who cold slept till there's no left. Curious how we still around, mysterious like a dope fiend lean, never touching the ground. And you knew it when you heard us. I'm fluid with dips. MCs wanna serve us. DJs are mad nervous. They can't hurt us. They get the dick. I beat GD for life. Roll with D-I-T-C, short for D-I-G-G-I-N, double it, add the crates, now they loving it, don't need to cover it, let it shine like the sun do, now who reflect like us, none do, but still come through, humble, even when I play with it, convey it in a way that sounds so dope, you wanna quote and learn to say it, underdog for life, ain't commercial enough to be the favorite, I'm trife, I bite when you bar, so save it, he has to be a masterpiece, imitation, cause he ain't bout it, plus he ain't true, showing they the same too, since we first came through. Niggas yelling, y'all supposed to rock and blow the spot. I said we aim to. If we don't climax, we can't blame you. Told Shorty rock shotgun, ain't that true? It must have hit her off guard, she wasn't ready. Mine was occupied on getting sweaty, we lay it heavy.
Nazi, a group of people who want to rule the world. Hitler's second book was The World Order, the New World Order. The Council on Foreign Relations crowd are trying to establish today what Hitler established yesterday. But Hitler's been demonized. 85% of the people want a national ID card. They want what Hitler delivered.
We're living in the last days, what will be the prophecy? The seven-headed beast, place the hexagram upon the streets. Illuminati kamikaze, who are the real Nazis? Beware of the modern day Hitler. Your Masonic seals on your dollar bills suddenly transform into swastikas. 24 elders appear from the four corners as I recite verses from the scriptures. Angels ascend, the sky blackens, the sun turns into blood. Behold a pale horse rider from a distance. I see the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The entrance to the pyramids where the secrets of the lost ages are buried, wrapped up like mummies, uncovered like archaeology. This is the new discovery of the LCOB.
Secret society, trying to keep the
Illuminati propaganda, enslaved through legal tender, holocaustic brain, Washington, super state epicenter. There's nowhere to hide the great eyes on me. Entertainment industry, spiritual Zyklon B. Collectively collude to leave the free man slain, shepherding sheep into the concentration campaign. Run for your life to escape the Gestapo police. These are the real terrorists, and the fear won't cease. Capitus diminutia, engage in politics. Seers of Bavaria, worshipping the idol six. Totalitarian rule through conquest or consent. Total Aryan school, requested all the bombs sent. Yeah, you heard right, this is the new Third Reich. Double-headed eagle in flight, swoops like a thief in the night. As the prison walls harden, the parallel goals of Halliburton and IG Farben become apparent. Underneath the parent Union Banking Corporation of NYC heads up the distribution of our FID. Chips to make you slip into submission, become civilian citizens of neo-fascist jurisdiction.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body.
Children of lost souls, crossroads, towards flows. In the valley of death, don't step where the corpse grows. Ain't nothing magic like Angel and Copperfield. Novus, Autocyclorum on a Masonic seal. Illuminati hobby ill, follow what they fathers build. Eye of illumination stamped upon a dollar bill. Secret symbology, the circle and the prophecy. Skull and bones, scroll, lock and key, that's the policy. Raping the nation, the philosophy is Satan. The hypocrisy we facing like we got to be forsaken. Lost without a savior, burning the corpse upon a cross with our neighbor and toast the forgotten flavor. What? Neo-Nazi, fascism, the classism, collapse system that felt the venom when man bit him. When that's given, then nothing can ever come of this. The smoke and mirrors of shadow worlds that don't exist.
Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Secret society want my mind, soul, and my body, but I'ma stay incognito. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Illuminati want my mind, soul, and my body. Secret society, trying to keep the eye on me.
Greetings. We're going to continue our commentary here on this particular issue here. And let me put a banner here underneath me. And of course, we've been doing analysis on this. We did a excellent analysis yesterday. Basically, a complete roundabout sort of flushing out of all the issues involved, right, in terms of this particular debate. right? And cohesive look into all of the sides of the issue, right? In terms of both Christian Zionism and the other aspect of it. But yeah, we're moving to the question and answer round of this, and I'm waiting until Neurojack shows up. So let me go to the beginning of the question and answer round here. And I don't think I actually heard closing statements from them. So maybe they'll give closing statements.
It's fine. We can love Muslims and Jews and atheists and everybody.
You're finished.
But that was a ridiculous answer, though.
We're done.
You're finished.
We give you a chance to respond. We do have to go to Q&A.
Ridiculous answer.
Folks, the way this is going to work for the Q&A is if you come up the middle and stand right in front of me, we'll actually give you a chance to give a couple of follow-up responses if you'd like, as long as they're short and pithy. Also hold the mic just in case things get weird. Okay, ready? Please come up with your questions. And then if you could put your toes right here in front of the tape.
Sorry for your loss.
Well,
I was just going to ask Andrew for his answer to that.
the cope is painful, Ridvan. The cope is painful.
Hello. I was just going to ask Andrew his response for what he just said.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's super simple. Saying that we need to love everybody, right, regardless of the heinous things that they might have even engaged in. Nobody said that you as a Christian are not, you're not obligated to have love for people who are Jewish and Muslim and everything else. That doesn't provide an ought for why Christians have to support Zionism, though.
What the fuck's wrong with that guy? He's like the first guy in line, waiting in line, and a guy says something. He goes, "Oh yeah, just clarify what he just now said to you." Like what? So you came up there with 0 questions? Let me get this straight. Or was that your question? Right? I mean, it's just so strange. Or like, he's like,
It literally doesn't. He gave a descriptor instead. He said, descriptively, this is the case. You can't get an ought from an is. Giving me a descriptor doesn't address the ought that Christians should do anything.
It's never about loving them, Andrew. It's about supporting those.
See, it's negative. It's about whether they should do anything at all. Right? They shouldn't support it, but they shouldn't oppose it either. Right? That's Wilson's solution to the quagmire, right, of Zionism and its implications, right? You know, which is that, you know, there's an exclusive homeland, right? Okay, for the Jewish people at the behest of, you know, other people, right? Clearly. Right. And using exclusionary tactics to secure that.
Without them being extra loved.
And by the way, we'll allow you guys rebuttals throughout if you'd like.
Yeah.
I just have a curious question on AP's position on the Jews of Israel. How do you know that the Jews in Israel today are the same contextual Jews in the Bible?
It doesn't really matter because, yes, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Why does it matter? And how do you want to prove that they are actually the same Jews? Do you want to prove that by blood? Do you want to prove that by tradition? We have...
Well, it's actually interesting. Nowhere during this debate did they actually clearly define either what a Jew is, right, what Israel is, and even what Zionism is. Right? They never clearly defined that. They said Zionism is support for Jews, right? And then they changed it halfway through the debate into it being a homeland for the Jews. Right? Which could just mean something secular, right? And it could mean if you're defining Jews as ethnic, it could be secular all the way down, right? So they kept switching between their definitions of Zionism, and what a Jew is, right? They couldn't define that the entire time, right? So, I mean, it's a very poignant question that this man is asking at this stage. You know, what even is a Jew? And how do you know that anybody who claims to be a Jew is a Jew? Right? How would you even know that to begin with? right? A very poignant question. And the guy says it doesn't matter. Okay, if it doesn't matter, you know, and obviously everybody laughed at him, right, for that response, right? Then the black Hebrew Israelites are Jews. Right? Everybody's a Jew then. Right?
In the Bible, when Paul deals with the people in his time who are Israelites by his flesh, he talks about those who still hold on to the traditions. That's what he points out. He says that they have a very great zeal for God and for the law. That's
Okay, so it sounds like Paul is defining Jew in a religious way. So how come Israel doesn't define Jew in a religious way and defines it by their matrilineal descent when Paul defines it through the patrilineal descent? You know, like, what? So he's not clearly defining what it is that he's talking about at all.
what he says about those that he considers evil. And he points out that because of their traditions, they take the traditions so far that they fail to see the truth in the true Messiah. Those Jews continued after the fall of the Second Temple to still hold on to their traditions and to develop a new tradition, which is called Rabbinic Judaism, which started as soon as the temple fell. Those same Jews held onto their traditions and continued to be the very same Jews that we have today. The Judaism that started when the temple fell was Rabbinic Judaism. The Jews that we have today are Rabbinic Jews. They are the same Jews.
There's arguments to be made against this, including that they're not doing sacrifices in a tabernacle or in the temple, so it may not be the true succession of Rabbinic Judaism, but even granting the fact that there's a possibility that it is, it doesn't really matter, because when we're talking about Paul here, he says, bloodline itself.
So notice there, Andrew Wilson just agreed with them. He said it doesn't matter what we use to call somebody a Jew. So he just agreed with the apostate prophet that it doesn't matter who's a Jew, who calls themselves a Jew. Right? He's saying that by the religious standards, they're not fulfilling any religious covenants. So they're not fulfilling any religious covenants. Right? I mean, at least he brought it back to the religious issue. He's saying we should define it by the religious issue. Right? Whether they're fulfilling the covenant, doing sacrifices in the temple, all that kind of stuff, right?
Is irrelevant. That's not, but what do you think Paul was talking about when he said my people? Do you think he was talking about some future people that wasn't a part of the people group he's addressing right then?
Yes.
No, he wasn't. That's nowhere in the scripture here.
It actually is.
Well, then you've refuted your argument twice, because now you're saying what he's saying is there's a future group of people who could be considered Israel, right? Who are not the group of people he's talking about right this second. I would say, Ridvan, that we know who that people.
Wait, hold on. Is he saying that they're not the same people?
People group is the church and Christians.
Oh,
No.
okay. See, there's the slick move, right? So he's actually saying that the church is Israel. See, this is word concept fallacy, right? That's not what they mean by Israel, the state, right? It's not the spiritual Israel. Right, what Paul's talking about, spiritual Jews, and he's talking about Jews in the flesh. He clearly distinguishes the two, right? So why are they having such trouble doing it here? Right, it doesn't make any sense, right?
Oh, because he's talking about those who have rejected Christ. How can that be the church?
And how are they going to be reconciled?
How can the church be those who rejected Christ?
Yeah,
How can the church
Ridvan,
be those who are in
Ridvan.
sin and who are in their rejection and who are enemies?
So is he saying that Christians are Jews? Right, because he's saying, he asked him about the Jews, right? And he's saying, well, the church is Israel. So those Jews, those same Jews that Paul was talking to, they now exist as a church. So he's saying the church is the Jews? What? I mean,
Because of you, because of the gospel,
Yeah.
but still beloved to God because of their ancestors. How can that be the church?
Again, Ridvan, when we
That
move,
doesn't make any sense.
yeah,
I do
yeah.
want to move
Here's
forward
what doesn't make
pretty
any
quick
sense, Ridvan.
What?
So
We
when
give
you
you a
move
quick
into
run.
and he's saying, well, they clearly rejected Christ. So how could, Paul be talking to Jews who rejected Christ, right, and call them Israel? Right? That's what he's saying in response to him. He's saying that's ridiculous, right? So clearly they're having some word concept games here, and nobody's willing to actually settle the score here. But again, they're convoluting the issue of what a Jew is, okay, what Israel is, right?
What I'm arguing to you is when you say a reconciliation for these people, I want them to come back into God. Okay, that's what I want. I want that more than anything
I also
else.
want it, but for that they have to be alive.
Yeah, Ridvan, does that mean that I have some moral obligation? How much treasure should I give, Ridvan?
I give you a
I
chance
think
to
we should
respond.
support them.
How
and then
much?
we gotta go to the
You
next
should
one.
support
How
them.
much is that?
That's a trivial issue which we can talk about at
A
another time.
dollar?
Do you agree that we should?
That's, by the way, literally dispensationalism. We have to preserve the Jews because when Christ comes back, he's going to convert the Jews. That's literally the dispensationalist position that this guy's pushing, right? I can't believe Andrew can't just call him out and say, look, this is literally the dispensationalist position that some guy dreamed up in the 1600s. And it's not an original position. It's definitely not Paul's position, right? So what are you talking about, right? Hey,
It's me, the Demon Hugger. Rids, what's his name? Rids Van or some shit.
Rids Van, yeah.
Oh, you're still covering the debate.
I
Okay,
think he's
well, cool.
Turkish. Yeah, I could come back to this, but we could go back to the other thing.
Oh no, it's okay. I was just surprised. I thought I was like in a time loop. I was like, wait a second, am I on the right? I was like, wait a second.
Well, we stopped at question and answer, so I thought while I wait for you, I'll just turn this on. But yeah, let me know if you don't have time. We can move on to the other thing.
Oh no, it's okay. I mean, I'm kind of curious to see a little bit of what this is about too. I mean, I think it's good to give people time to show up.
Yeah, I guess they're on the he just basically took the dispensationalist line. He said that we got to keep the Jews alive because they might one day accept Jesus. So that makes no sense at all, right? Why should a certain people be preserved because one day they may seek salvation in Christ? Well, that could apply to all of humanity, really.
Yeah, I mean that's a very like is that a broad enough net for you to catch anything or it's like okay.
Right.
They said be a fisher of men, so
Yeah. Yeah, he said you can't convert them if they're not alive. That's what he said. So what the hell? Yeah.
No, you haven't provided me an ought yet for why
If you don't agree that we should support them, then what's the point of talking about the details of how we should support them, Andrew?
Because I need to start with an ought.
I hate to do this, but because we have so many questions, gentlemen,
We need to start with an ought.
we're going to go to the next question.
Hey, Ridvan, congrats first on joining the church. I just have a quick disambiguation question for you. Would you make the argument that your exegesis of Romans 9 through 11 would be supported by the majority of patristic sources or even the majority of modern biblical scholarship outside of dispensational circles?
Yes.
And if so, could you elucidate on that?
Well, as said, when I talked about it, when I went through my script, I appealed to some very, very important figures in early church history. As Orthodox Christians, I'm sure Andrew also knows that St. John Chrysostom is an
That's interesting, right? But the thing is that he's cherry picking John Chrysostom, first of all, right? Because we read John Chrysostom's quotes yesterday, right? And he said literally the Jews are most inclined to sin. They're the worthless of all people. Okay, so John Chrysostom was pretty harsh about the Jews, right? When we read his quotes. So and I can read them again, right? Because obviously he's going to cherry pick. Let's read his cherry picked quote from John Chrysostom, and then we'll read a John Chrysostom quote about the Jews, because this is how this is going to go. We got to fact check these people in real time.
extremely respected figure in terms of his homilies.
The one who wrote a homily against the Jews, Ridvan?
Yes, exactly.
Right. He wrote a homily against the Jews. Like, what are you talking about?
Exactly that one. Exactly that one. Do you know what he says in his homily on Romans 11? He says,
if you want to cherry pick it, I wouldn't advise it.
Well, it's not cherry
Wouldn't
picking.
advise it.
It's not cherry picking because what
Uh-huh.
he says is that what St. Paul.
It's clearly cherry picking, dude. Like what? Like he just called you out. Like why do you have to go along with the bullshit? Like when he just called out the bull. Like
See, these kind of moments are significant though, because if you come into it with the assumption that they're working together towards a common goal, this is a crucial moment because it's like, okay, one person's going to cherry pick, the other person says don't cherry pick. So is Andrew Wilson endorsing anti-Semitism from John Chrysostom? Then okay, so it's like there's a lot of entailments with this, and it's really funny to me that Andrew Wilson is like he's basically invoking Stefan Molyneux first principles debate style, because like if anybody turns that on him, he's totally fucked. So that's the funny part to me too. It's like as soon as you start invoking that shit, you just totally open yourself up, and it's just funny because he's never had anybody attack him on the same grounds he attacks others, and I just find that hilarious because now that he's invoked first principles debating, you have to start with an ought. Okay, so now we're going to start with an ought. Okay, I mean that's like literally the oldest trick in the book. It's like, okay, so you have an ought, I have an ought, and so it's just very interesting. It's like that. That's kind of like the what he's telling this guy not to do, like cherry picking. Like once he gets into odds, because in the Molyneuxian sense, there's no distinction between is and ought. So an is an ought, and an ought is an is. So it's like it's kind of an interesting. He's kind of invoking that stuff right now, and I just think that's very fascinating that he's taken that step. But let's see where they take this, because
well, the whole idea goes to obfuscate what morality is, saying that morality goes beyond reason, right? So Kant and Hume both do this, right? They put morality outside of the bounds of reason. Right, so you could literally play this game where you can't say there's moral justification for something, once you say it's outside of the bounds of, basically reason, right? So the whole concept, you can't get it all from an ifs. The whole concept that morality is an a priori intuitive framework that's beyond, the empirical framework of how we actually gain information, right? So it's this game that where they try to obfuscate the moral issue, right? And I could clearly see what they're doing, but if they get into the, like philosophical crosshairs, they could do that against somebody who's not trained in philosophy, right? But the minute they see that, the minute they'll face somebody who's actually trained in philosophy, they'll say that these problems aren't conclusive. Right, the is an ought problem isn't conclusive problem, right? All these other, Kant's critique of pure reason isn't conclusive, right? So they'll find other ways out of those, ideas, right? So I just think it's really interesting, and I think that that's what the guy Mark Reed was going to do, and then he never showed up to the debate, right? Because that was going to be his exact strategy, right? And
yeah, and that's the thing is like once you start wielding a weapon in a real debate with philosophy, you're opening yourself up to it. So the fact that they're opening the door, it's just like a courtroom. Like you open the door to is ought. I mean, that's a very hardcore argument that he's opening up the door to right there. That's like, okay, so because he's making a distinction. And so what do you think, like what philosophy would you say that goes to when you make a distinction between is and ought? What do you think he's trying to smuggle in there?
well, I think what he's trying to say, he's trying to very smartly not get into the game of whether we should support or oppose Zionism. Right. So he's gonna go and obfuscate it into a higher moral issue of justification, right? And then say, well, should we, right, or ought we, right, support or oppose Zionism, right, is a higher question of moral justification, and then the actual support, right, like whether we are supporting it or opposing it, right, doesn't really matter. Right. So I think that's the first thing that, like, it's pretty obvious, right? He's getting himself out of the game of trying to justify whether we should or shouldn't support on the ground what's going on right now, right? So he wants he wants to move the, so he very smartly wants to move the discussion away from that, because then he's not actually critiquing what the Jews are doing, right?
He's keeping it in a theoretical, hypothetical.
Exactly.
Right, I got it. Yeah,
Exactly. Like, say if we did support them, what would happen? Say if we didn't support them, what would happen? Right. So it's kind of one step removed from, the actual problem.
Yeah, and there's utility in doing that, but it's definitely like, it's very interesting that he's like, and you're saying, and who are you saying is doing that? Are you saying apostate
Wilson,
prophets
yeah.
doing that, or
No, Wilson?
Okay. Yeah, and so it's kind of funny because he's basically like saying he's hypothetically endorsing anti-Semitism, but not actually, right? So it's like, for the sake of argument, let's say that I do trust John Chrysostom because I'm an Orthodox Christian. I'm not saying I do, but I'm just saying if I did, right?
Yeah, he said, say we supported the Jews, what would it benefit us? So it's not, he's not criticizing what the Jews are doing. He's just saying, well, you know what I mean, right? So see, in that, he's taking away the option to actively oppose this, right? So he's not going to argue that you should actively oppose Zionism. He's saying, should we support or should we not support?
It's basically like, do I stay neutral or do I not support? It's
exactly
or something, right?
Right. Or it's or it's actually, should I actively support or should I stay neutral? So the option to oppose is gone. And right, so there is no option to oppose. And right, so he's not saying, in none of his options is he presenting the idea that you should, because if he said in his opener, he just said, well, actually, Christians have an ought to actively oppose Zionism. Well, that would be very clear, right?
Right,
But he
exactly.
said, but he instead asked, he said, is there an ought for us to support it? And he said, probably not, or something like that. And that's
right.
it. That's all we get.
But again, but like you said, that basically just means, in other words, neutral or
support,
participate in the support of what. And again, like, this is the trick of philosophy, because it's not really what they're saying per se. It's kind of like it's like the gray area of what's being said, right? So
yeah, and that's why he's so pissed now. He's like, how dare you call me a Nazi? I literally sewed up the game for you. Like, I literally gave you everything, like I we had our cake and we ate it too, and we ate it together, and now you're blaming me.
Well, this is a good setup for what's coming then. So let's see how their op didn't work out so very well.
Do you want me to go to the video from today?
Oh, let's see how this plays out, because this could be kind of a crucial moment here. This could be kind of like, this could be a crucial piece of the puzzle.
Says about the Jews being grafted back in, it will come true. And he says, if it has not happened yet, then you must be sure that it is bound to happen. I want to point out here that St. John Chrysostom is talking in the 4th century, long after the fall of the Second Temple. So this also answers the other question here. Those are the Jews that exist here today, the rabbinic Jews by tradition. Another point, St. Cyril of Alexandria, St. Augustine supports it very, very well. He says that their existence is basically a proof of God's work, and that they will be eventually reconciled. And as said, late Metropolitan Callistus were also very much, he even goes further. I don't even say this, he goes further and says they are still God's chosen people.
And also says that you shouldn't fall into heresy by spreading around any of the false gospel. That inside of this, they are blaspheming the Holy Spirit by what? By denying the divinity of Christ. This is also stated, Ridvan. You leave all of this out for the, hang on, let me finish, man. I didn't interrupt you once.
Sure. Go ahead.
So what you do here, right, is you creating again these false dialectics by cherry picking. The truth of the matter is that even if we were to grant everything you just said as being true, and that modern rabbis are the spiritual successor, one way or the other, or the bloodline successors that Paul is talking about here.
Notice he's not recanting with lines from John Chrysostom. He's not recanting with lines from his saints. It looks pretty bad. He just now said that his church is in line, and his own. I mean, obviously he's in communion with the ecumenical patriarchy, right? The Antiochian churches, and now he's in line with all this, right? With supporting all of these church fathers, and he's saying, "Do you really discount the words of these church fathers who are clearly pro-Zionist supporters, right?" And he's putting around the line, and he's not even challenging the apostate prophet at all. He's just saying, well, maybe some of them said, oh yeah, it's a heresy too. But yeah, they also said you should support it. So now what are you going to do? Right? Why don't you quote John Chrysostom, right? Tell people what John Chrysostom actually said. Tell people what your saints actually think. Tell people, where they can find some views that are opposed to it, dude.
I'm still willing to grant it. It still doesn't give an ought for why we must support Zionism, a political ideology which includes secular and religious Jews. It
I just
doesn't.
want to establish one thing.
So can you pause for 1 second? I just want to ask: Did you see anywhere in this debate where the debate has been framed that someone has to give an ought? Is this whole debate about ought? Because
He said it like a million times. He should basically. I think that's what he's going to hold him to now. He's going to be like, "What are you talking about, dude?"
But did he make an ought as to why we shouldn't do it? I'm assuming he didn't, right? So it's kind of weird. It's like he's got this gotcha on him, but it's like, was this what I would love to know? Like, what's the premise of the debate? Was it about ought or was it about something else? Right? Like, this is kind of a weird like gotcha thing that he's doing, which maybe is justified, but I don't know. I mean, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's like
to object to it, but don't really address it. Yeah. When I cite Metropolitan.
Yeah, now see, I'm so glad he's holding him to this. He's going to say, "Well, look, your church fathers said it. You follow the church fathers. You're in communion with these church fathers. Why don't you follow what they say?" Right? And you're claiming you have a ought, obviously, to follow the church fathers, right? You know what I mean, right? So it's like, what are you talking about, dude? What part of this are you missing here now?
In Callisto Square. Yeah. You just said he also said this or something like that.
No, I was talking about St. John Chrysostom.
Okay. Do you acknowledge that hierarchs like him in Orthodoxy, in Greek Orthodoxy, respected around the world, would naturally use words such as that we should have love and no disrespect toward the Jewish people, the people of Israel, because they are still beloved and they are still God's chosen people?
Yeah.
Do you agree that this is a normal thought?
It's normal enough for people in higher up Orthodox positions to say that we should love basically every
chosen people, Andrew.
Every
chosen people.
Yes, but what does he mean by that? Does he mean chosen people? Do you think that he means what he means by chosen people is they have extra love over Orthodox Christians and they have special Jew blood? Do you think that that's what he means?
I hate to say this, but we have to go to the next question just because we've got
like let me get this straight. You know what I mean? They literally say, Islam is created by the devil. Protestantism is created by the devil. The Jews are special. Oh, but they'd say love everyone. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Yeah. I love everyone, but not them dirty Muslims or those dirty Protestants or those.
Like, they obviously critique other people. Like, that has nothing to do with whether they love them or not. Like, what? What a ridiculous statement. He keeps coming back to, oh yeah, the church fathers and Paul, they say love Jews, but they say love everyone. But it's like, no, they don't. It's a no and no.
Well, Jesus says love your enemy, but that doesn't mean like be nice to them and help them do bad things or something, right?
like what? Like exactly.
Part of your argument was saying something about the support of the state of Israel is because if they didn't have a state, they wouldn't be able to continue their existence. Did Jews exist before the establishment of the state of Israel?
Yeah, but I'm clearly talking about the Jews who are currently in the region. If they fell and if they no longer had the protection of their state, they would probably cease existing because that's what the other side promises. we have Jews around the world still who are outside of Israel.
How were the people there in order to establish a state in the first place?
Well, you have people who lived there, you have people who traveled there, who went from around the world there.
Right. So how does it logically follow that they're unable to continue their people without a state if they've already continued their people?
I don't understand the question.
He's saying if they lived in all these other countries,
I
like
understand
Israel,
that. I don't understand the issue here. They specifically went there. The Zionist movement was specifically about how living as a Jew.
He's pretending he doesn't understand the question. It's hilarious. Like, you clearly understand the fucking question, buddy. Like, what's going on here? Like, where's the hang up? Like, he asked you, they were existing for 1,000 years before they ever had a state. How does having a state help them exist, right? And how does not having a state prevent them from existing?
Well, you notice they don't actually have a debate about what is just war theory and stuff like this, which is funny because people like Callistos Ware literally do discuss that stuff, right? And this is a modern guy, so I'm sure they've discussed it all the way back to the time of John Chrysostom and all these guys, right? So it's just funny. It's like they never quote saints about what is just war theory and what is Christians' role in that thing, because obviously Christians have been tricked into a lot of satanic wars over the past 2,000 years, just as everybody else, including including Jews and Muslims and everybody else, right? So it's like they won't actually sit there and debate like what's the just war theory for Christianity or something, right? Like that's actually what they're debating about here, you know? Like when do we have the because that's what Zionist that's what support will ultimately lead to is, you know, actions involving violence and war and stuff like this, right? So it's just very interesting to me. It's like they'll do anything but address the actual crux of the issue, right? So that's just like that's really what's being discussed here, but they won't actually say like what's the justification for our intervention into people within our own faith, much less people outside of our faith, right? So I think that's very interesting to me. To me, that's what I hear when I see what they're saying right now, you know?
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, that's very true. You know, ideally, the entire debate would have been about the ethical justifications for when to intervene in a conflict, right, between two sides, and neither of the sides are Christians, right? So, yeah, I don't know why they never actually got around to having that discussion at all. I mean, right?
Well, they're getting dangerously close to it now, and they're like running away at full speed, like, you know, out of breath from the cigarettes, you know. Doctor prescribed cigarettes, you know, but they're out of breath trying to run away from it, right? So I mean, it's just you know, that's why they're getting in trouble, because they start getting too close to it when somebody asks a good question. They're like, oh, I don't understand.
Yeah, and he also lied there. He's like, oh yeah, the Jews were already living there, and some of them went to Israel. It's like, no, it's like there was like none of them, like there was like almost no Jews living there.
Well, and guess who set up everything for them? Mean Mr. Mustache. But let's not discuss that one, right? I mean, we don't want to get in real trouble now, do we? We don't want to talk about, like, you know, Mean Mr. Mustache setting up the whole like colonization process and all that, right? So.
Jew in these different countries throughout history has been very difficult, as we can all know and see. So when they went there, they wanted to establish a state where they can finally live in peace without being at the mercy of others. Now you have a large Jewish population in Israel. If Israel suddenly fell today, then the Jewish population that is there would be eradicated by the Islamists in the region. Now there would still be Jews left on the other side of the world, but that doesn't really take away from the fact.
It's totally bullshit, by the way. Like,
yeah. So I can.
Sorry, just pause again. That's kind of like saying like, well, when they went there, they wanted to blah 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 blah. It's like, yeah, when I go to work today, I want to make $1 million, but what's the likelihood of that happening, right? I mean, it's like everybody wants something, of course. You don't do any action without some sort of level of expectation, of course, but that's not what we're discussing, number one. Number two, the way he's framing it there, it's like, well, they'll just be eradicated. Like, are you telling me that Saudi Arabia, Yemen, UAE, all these countries in Iran, their government literally just wants to wipe all Jays in that area out. I mean, I just find that very difficult to believe. I mean, if you look at the banking system that they're all tied to, with the oil and all, like, if they get rid of the Jays tomorrow, are you telling me that all these people leading these countries are going to be rich in 6 months? No, they're not, right? So it doesn't make any sense. It's ridiculous.
Well, it's funny that they're fighting a proxy war. I mean, between Saudi Arabia and Iran, right? It's another thing that people don't really bring up. Is that the Salafis and the Iranians, the Shias. So one side is, Hamas, and the other side is Hezbollah, right? So they actually don't know about that whole aspect of the conflict. Is that the Sunnis and the Shias are constantly killing each other.
Right. Over the supposed who gets the right to wipe out the Jays or something. It's like, it's literally retarded. Like the argument that
Well,
they're
not
really
really,
making.
because the Saudi Arabians, right, right, they're getting weapons from the Jews and the Americans, and the Iranians are getting weapons from the Russians, who are also getting them from the Jews.
But my point is, like, the way they portray it is, these Muslims are just fighting over, who gets the right to get rid of the Jays from, like, that's the narrative.
That's what they sell. Yeah, that's what they sell the little guys that are running in to kill the Sunnis or the Shias. Right? Oh yeah, they sell them that. Yeah, for sure.
Right, but it's
But,
it's just like how they kind of got, Russia and Ukraine, where it's like, the Russian people are facing the other Slavs, and it's really the Jays behind the whole thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same situation. They do it everywhere.
Well, and to be fair, and to be fair, shout out to Pinoy. There are a lot of Anglo quote unquote Christians that are involved. I mean, there's perhaps one of them on the stage there. I'm not sure, but it's one of these things where it's like, okay, so what's really being sold, and who's the audience? And when we get to the next video, I have some suspicions about, like, the wider purposes of this. But yeah, I think it's like they're definitely selling a very particular narrative, and every time they're speaking, it's like, again, you have to look at really what they're not saying. That what they're saying is really just like bumpers of like don't go outside of this little narrow framing that we're doing, essentially. But sorry to keep interrupting, but it's like it's actually really infuriating to hear how they're reacting to the question that this guy very wisely is asking. Like, actually, the questions have been very honest. I mean, that all the questions seem pretty good so far, so I'm kind of impressed by that.
Well, you could tell that Andrew sent a lot of his people into the question and answer thing, so he sort of loaded them up there.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. But it's funny because it's like, I think that's what got him in trouble, is because a lot of these people probably aren't in on the level of philosophical shit going on right now. They're like, oh, let me ask this question, and then somebody didn't get the memo.
Yeah, because he directly made this point. That that they could survive without a state, and then he said, well, they need the state to survive. Otherwise the Muslims would wipe them out. And then he's like, by the way, we need the Jews to protect the Christians. So it's all of that type of stuff that they were saying.
Well, that's really the argument, isn't it? They're saying, well, Israel is basically like a forward operating base for America's interest in the Middle East. I mean, that's the argument, right? I mean,
right.
Which that's a very dubious argument.
Respond to this as well very quickly, because Ridvan's not going to. There's short circuit in him. So the question was actually a good question. The question was, wait a second, didn't Jews exist before there was an Israel? So how is it that even if Israel wasn't there, Jews would just stop existing? That makes no sense. Great question, right? Seems like it's a performative contradiction in his worldview, which is why he doesn't want to address it. Here's the truth, right? And nobody's calling for there to not be a state of Israel, by the way. But if we were to hypothetically even say that Israel was
Again, he had to like clarify the point. I mean, right, that he's not calling for there not to be a state of Israel or two states, or maybe they should give the Palestinians something, or they
Yeah,
should stop killing people.
I mean, here's the thing: is I'm all for in Israel. In fact, I think they should just stay right where they're at. And then anybody else who wants a country for any reason and any metric they want, whether it's racist or whatever, everybody gets the right to a nation now. Why not? Because you can use the exact same justification that they use for Israel for anything else. That's the fucking problem, right? If you allow them to do whatever they want, fine. Everybody else can do the exact same thing. If I'm a Amerimut white guy and I want to create a country of just Amerimut white guys and whatever, then why can't I do it? Oh, well, that's racist, Mr. White Man. See, like they want their cake and they want to eat it too, and that's the fucking problem, right? It's like that. That's what's really, again, this is what they're obfuscating, right? If you just said that they can justify their existence based on magic Jew blood, which he said, oh, they don't, that's not real. It doesn't matter. That's the way they define it, right? So why can't why can't America, why can't England, why can't Saudi Arabia, why can't Pakistan, why can't any of these countries do that, right? So it's just a very annoying thing that he just said. Like, I can't believe he just said that. It's like,
Shut up.
is he really just saying like basically like Israel can exist however? I mean, it's like that's. Can you back it up 15 seconds? Just let him say that again.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, notice that AP is depending on a hypothetical. Like, well, they'll get genocided if we don't genocide them first or something. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, that's the hypothetical, but what's happening is they're genociding this people, and you're saying we're not going to say anything about it. As a Christian, that goes against what we believe. You know what I mean? We should stand up and say something, but you're not willing to say something because you're scared to lose your position, or whatever it is.
And here's the other thing. Again, it's all on the assumption that genocide is bad, like you said, and then it's on the assumption that we have the right and the duty to intervene on the behalf of other people that are quote unquote being genocided. So it's like, again, there's just so much philosophically wrapped up in everything that they're
Well,
saying. It's like,
AP's narrative too is that it's Orthodox Christians should be supporting this, right? It's not just like, people in general. It's specifically Orthodox Christians. And why is that? You get what I'm saying? Like, it's a very strange position to take. And he's using scripture to push that narrative, but the scripture doesn't say that. You know what I mean? Even if you look at it, there's nothing in the scriptures that is going to say like, okay, support Zionism because they were, once a branch or something. Like, that doesn't make sense.
well, it also doesn't say every time there's a genocide, you have the right and the duty to step inside and interfere, right? Like, it never says that at all, so.
Well, what it does say though about, if at least speaking out about it, right? Like, you don't support it. That's not a Christian thing to do.
Yeah,
to
no,
support genocide.
but what I'm alluding to is like the fact that, like, the Jews were wiped out many times by surrounding people because they didn't follow God's law. So God will send the people in and fuck their shit up just because they're not doing the right thing, right? That's what I'm trying to get at. It's like,
I see what you're saying.
so
That is
even
true.
God Himself will send people in to destroy if he sees it so fit, right? So again, I'm just saying, like, depends on how much you want to dissect the text, right? And I think that's it's just kind of like they're kind of treading very, very lightly,
Yeah.
Yeah, he's floating by a hypothetical situation here. He's kind of saying, well, does in this hypothetical, does the existence of Israel help preserve or not help preserve the existence of the Jews? And he's saying, by the way, I'm not saying that Israel should exist or not. That he also says that, right? So it's just very interesting. He gives no opposition to Zionism this whole debate, right? Because to reiterate in the beginning, if he gave a clear ought, that Christians should oppose Zionism, right? But no, instead he asked the question if they should support it or should not support it, and claiming that they should not support it, but not that he never claimed that you should actively oppose it. So this is this is the fascinating thing, right? Because the actual position should be, right, you should actively oppose it, right? Because nothing in the Bible or nothing anywhere actually, or nothing that the saints have said or nothing anywhere in history justifies a position such as Zionism. Not in the Bible, not anywhere. He could have very easily argued that position, but he did not.
That makes no sense. Great question, right? Seems like it's a performative contradiction in his worldview, which is why he doesn't want to address it. Here's the truth, right? And nobody's calling for there to not be a state of Israel, by the way. But if we were to hypothetically even say that Israel was destroyed and Jews, again, had to disperse or were scattered, that doesn't mean that they would be, Jews themselves would be destroyed. They would go back to other nations where they were before.
Now, here's the issue. I was actually answering a question, but if you let me speak without
something that they brought up earlier when I was watching that talk is like he was acting like he didn't know that the Orthodox Church has anathematized Judaism as a heresy, right? And it's like, what do you mean you don't know that? That's like that's common sense,
right? That was so
strange. He didn't want to say that because he knows that their patriarchs are involved with like doing sermons in synagogues. And that's why Jim Bob was like, well, if you're speaking on this, couldn't this cause a schism? Couldn't this cause a schism? You're like, it's like they have to find a way not to believe what they know they should, It's crazy.
Right. Like you said before, it's a unity over the truth, and that's literally the metric they're using,
Yeah, unity is more important than the truth. And, it doesn't matter. And he admitted it in the debate. Remember, we were reviewing it. He admits, like, this is a heresy. And it's like, oh, it's a heresy? Really? Oh, now you admit it. Now you admit that you're in communion with heresy. And that's our point.
Right. Right. I mean, if this debate literally showed people anything, is that, Andrew Wilson is in communion with heretics who basically support Zionism, and that's basically, I think that's pretty much enough of a take-home message for anybody who's really looking deep into it. It's like, yeah, he did a debate against Zionism, but also, but yeah, his now he's like vowing to ruin these guys. It's pretty funny. I mean, we'll see what happens, but I think that the reverse will most likely happen. Because he thinks he has 2,000 more people watching him, so he can terminate their channel. But that's not true. They have huge backing from people that he doesn't know about.
Well, yeah. Well, they have Bartholomew for one, because AP has a direct connection with him, right? And he's talked about it on his Twitter that they've had discussions, him and Bartholomew, like crazy, right? This is nuts. And
right, like that's way higher up than Andrew's supposedly ever been. Like,
right, it's very high.
Like fiddling around with like Peter Hears and stuff like that.
Yeah, this is the lead of the ecumenical patriarchate, and this guy goes into the synagogue and like, prays with Jays, and he says that we all have one God, including Muslims. He says we all have one God, right? So this is something that Andrew is going to act like it's just a bad catechumen's take. No, it's not. This is the position of the ecumenical patriarchate, who the Antiochians, who you're involved in, are in communion with. And that's why Jim Bob said this could cause a schism.
Yeah, or we could ask their Muslim friend Myron Gaines, who's openly posting like, that you should like, like deport all the Jays and all this crazy stuff on his Twitter. Pretty weird stuff.
Well, that's just a difference of opinion now,
Yeah, but they're not groypers, guys. Remember.
All right, I'll be back, guys.
Yeah, for sure.
Momentarily.
Yeah, come back soon because when we get to the next video, you're definitely gonna want to see what they're saying because it's
Yeah,
pretty
we watched
intense.
it together. Me and Unseen actually watched it together earlier.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I mean, I didn't see any of it, so I'm gonna be very curious about it. Sure.
Yeah.
Actually answer your question properly, because I understand the question that you asked. The question you asked is, weren't Jews around before? Weren't they around before? How were they able to establish this land? Did their existence really depend on the land? If the land is destroyed, does that really mean they would all go extinct, and so on? Here's the issue: you have a significant part of the Jewish population.
There's rabbis who literally say, and I could pull up the quote. They literally say the dwelling in the land is worth more than obeying all of the commandments of the Torah.
Which to me is very interesting. It's like, so are we saying, so like, and I'm actually curious about the Christian response to this too. So maybe I can ask Unseen, or if he knows who to ask about this. But like, what's the official position on the quote unquote Holy Land and it being occupied? Because obviously, God made a promise to Abraham.
That Christians should occupy it, most likely. Right, would be the position.
Well, I mean, but again, it's kind of like this thing of like holy dirt and stuff like that. Like, I'm not saying that people don't make something holy, but like, God sent Abraham to this place.
Daddy.
But does that mean that anybody who's a successor of Abraham has the right to that same land? I mean, that's kind of a strange land worship or something.
Population that currently lives in the land of Israel. If the land of Israel would be destroyed, a significant part of the Jewish population would be eradicated. That means a small amount of Jewish people who are outside of Israel would, of course, still be left. As the amount of those who survived the massacre that would unfold, which Andrew Wilson here never actually acknowledges, would of course survive and run away. But do you really? How is it a reasonable or proper point to simply allow for that to happen instead of protecting those people when it is so clear? When it is so clear
that's a lie,
that the
Ridvan.
other side wants to eradicate them.
The majority of Jews don't live in Israel, Ridvan.
What does that matter?
Because you just said that it would take out a substantial part of the population. The majority, it's not even the majority of the population. That's the point. Nobody's calling for Israel to get wiped out at all. All I'm saying is that there's no ought for Christians to support a nation that wants to have Antichrist by at least 30% by your own admission.
So it depends on their numbers. That's very, very funny.
What?
We'll give you one
What are you
last
talking
follow-up,
about?
then we're going to go to the next question.
Yeah, you made a false statement. You made a false statement.
Neither Paul nor St. John Chrysostom places the Jewish people higher than any other non-Christians.
I never said.
Yes, you did, Ridvan.
No.
Yes, you did.
All right, hold on. We gotta give him a chance.
I never said they're more special than Orthodox.
Yes, you did. You said yes.
Will you let me speak?
Dude, no, but don't lie then.
All right,
I
let's
never
give.
said they're more important than Orthodox Christians. That's what I was saying.
You said God loved them more.
Because he keeps insisting that I said that.
You said God loved them more. I asked you point blank. You said yes.
Andrew, I'm clarifying it for you here right now. I never said, and I will never say, that God especially loves the Jewish people more than Orthodox Christians.
Then what is?
I never said
then
that.
what is?
What I clearly said, and you can go back and listen to this again and again.
Yes, we can.
I can make a clip. I can make a compilation out of this for you. I said again and again that they are more beloved, especially beloved among the non-Christians.
Do you remember when I asked
you
what that
or
meant?
did I not say that?
Do you remember when I asked you
Yes,
what
I
that
said
meant?
it.
I want to go to the next.
Especially more beloved than.
Yeah, but what the guy just told you is that they're not more beloved than non-Christians. So how come he doesn't even acknowledge that St. Paul literally said that Jews are as important as Gentiles right, in the whole game of salvation. That's literally the main point that the guy made, right? So I don't understand where the disconnect is.
And the other non-Christians.
I want to go to the next.
especially what I
other
said.
I want to go to
non-Christians.
the next question, just because.
Okay, just real quick. I see that you have your references there. Both of you guys have made, oops, sorry, got to eat it. Both of you guys have made quite a few claims.
Yeah.
Both sides. And some of them got to be fraudulent because, of course, they contradict each other. So I see references from you. I don't see a single reference from you. All I hear are
Excellent point. Andrew Wilson gave no references for his beliefs or opinions. He cited no resources, no church fathers. He cited no biblical sources. It's just fucking amazing that the other guy literally cherry-picked quotes, right? And he couldn't even refute any of those, right? He could have just quickly gave many examples of things, right? So I just don't know where the disconnect is for the people, right? For a large portion of people, atheists, Protestants, etc. They're looking for actual proof, right? From the authorities that preserve these teachings, right? What they actually think, not Andrew Wilson's opinion on the issue, okay, or his philosophical, grandstanding.
are your claims. And
So
I
you
have
remember
no
how-
sources to go
Yeah,
on.
do you remember how I cited in the debate the references? So you can go back and hang on. I'll answer the question, right? I did cite the references just because I don't put them up in a PowerPoint presentation for the
So you
purposes
don't
of
have
time.
references.
For the purposes of time doesn't mean I didn't verbally cite them. But most of my claims that I'm making, he agrees with. He agrees that there's at least a large amount, at least by his admission, of Jews inside of Israel, up to 30%, who want to name Antichrist. I gave 4 logical arguments. What references should I give you for logical arguments except me?
And I'm going to contend that he moved things to the abstract philosophical level of justification because he knows that in real time, his own church would refute his ideas about what, he's talking about in terms of, whether you should support or oppose Zionism, right? Or whether you should or should not support Zionism, right? So now he's hiding behind this game of moral justification, right? And he has 0 sources to back up his beliefs when the other guy brought sources from his own church. And obviously he's met, as we discussed, with much higher people inside of the church, right? To discuss these beliefs with people who go into the synagogue and pray, with non-Christians and Jews, right? So this is why he's now coping with this.
Any beyond you, because I do
Why?
not have.
You got anything, right? He said why. He's going to attack him for being a Protestant.
What's a logical argument, dude?
I remember maybe one reference.
Do I go to an expert
don't-
of
you
logic
have
to
yet
ask
to
them for a
give
logical
any
argument, or
references
can I make
to
logical
follow-
You
arguments?
cited like one person this entire time.
That's it. That's all you've given us.
Yeah, I cited my own
We'd
logic.
like
Yes.
to be able to
What is
check
logic?
your logic.
Yeah.
Are you saying that we should only believe you as the supreme authority?
Believe me about what?
Of course, man.
Believe
About what
me
you're
about
claiming,
what?
because
What
you
am I
haven't given any
claiming?
sources.
Yeah. Do you know what? Tell me this. What's an argument? What's a logical argument?
Well, you still have not yet
What's a
given.
logical argument? Answer my question.
If you give a logical argument, which is steps from one to the next and next,
Who's
those
the
steps
source?
should be verified.
Who's the source of the logical
At
argument?
this point, it's you making it up.
And isn't it always the source that somebody is making a logical argument? But because it's a mathematical expression, you can falsify arguments. That's why they're called arguments. They're falsifiable or they're
And
provable.
that's why you give sources.
Sources for a logical argument
Yes,
that I made?
Actually, yes.
We're,
You know what I
anything
find
you-
very funny here?
In case you had a different question.
Okay,
hold
I'll
on
tell you
one
what,
second. All right,
source.
folks, hold on.
This is actually really funny. He's spurging out.
Hang on, source, premise 1.
Like, he w-
premise 2.
he would look better. He would look better if he just remained calm and was like, just chilled out a minute. Like it would look way better if he's like a source for a logical argument. Okay. Like it's kind of weird. Like he can't control himself, right? Just chill
Yeah.
out for a minute.
Yeah, what he's trying to say is like you can't for deductive proofs, you can't give like empirical fact checks. You know, right? So this is what he's trying to show to the guy, but again, he's like, wait. But that's not what he asked you. He didn't ask you for deductive proofs. You know, right? He's saying, do you have sources to back up what you're arguing for with your deductive proofs? And the guy acts like he doesn't understand the question. Right? So this is
Well,
a stupid game.
It's really about interpretation of Christianity, right? And like you said, they never actually quote like church fathers and stuff like this, which is
Yeah, it was a huge fail because the other guy literally brought up church fathers in support of Zionism. So that was a disaster, right? So, I mean, a bunch of the Orthodox guys are probably going home very confused at this point, like whether they should support the church father or support Andrew Wilson. I mean,
Me. Premise 3, me. Conclusion, also me. Now, the great thing about that, you can falsify them with logic.
You know what I find very funny here?
Source.
Andrew claims.
Do you have a source for that?
Andrew claims on one hand that I agree with pretty much everything he said. Yet during this entire night, during this entire debate, he claimed at least 4 times that I argued that Jews are more beloved than Orthodox Christians, which I never ever said.
Actually,
so he's just.
He did.
No, I didn't. I didn't. Never ever said that Jews are more beloved than Orthodox Christians.
it looks like the crowd is disagreeing with him. He may have let that one slip.
It's probably Rachel Wilson yelling at him.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true, right? Yeah.
Do you have a question for Apostle Prophet as well?
Show me where.
We'll jump to the next question.
Hello. So I have a question for Andrew. I'm not familiar with you personally, so it's been interesting hearing your trains of thoughts. However, I've heard a lot of straw man attacks tonight against magic Jew blood, feigned outrage about how much money for your kids you have to give up to Jews who reject Jesus.
That's a Jew. That's most likely a Jew right there. The vitriol in the speech, the way she's quivering in her speech, like the way she's really mad at the magic Jew blood comment.
Well,
I suspect
Asheville, North Carolina is like a huge Jewish population. At least a very particular type. Like I can't remember the exact details, but if you look into the history, they're like a bunch of them came from like one particular place in Germany or something and colonized that area or something. I don't know. But when you go to Asheville, I've been there like once in the last like 15 years. It's like literally the most liberal place. It makes San Francisco look conservative, honestly.
Yeah, it is. Like I have friends that live in Asheville, and it's just kind of like a bunch of weirdo hippies, really.
But it's like a very vitriolic version of it too. It's like they have to put in your face like I have pink hair, I hate white people, I support Black Lives Matter. It's like they're very like aggressive. It's probably the most like aggressively liberal place I've ever been, I would say.
Right. And North Carolina as a whole is kind of like that. It's very communist. Like I had friends who had pictures of Stalin in their living rooms and stuff,
Yeah, I agree from what I've seen. Like I've seen that other, like I think Virginia's a little less. It's way more conservative than North Carolina. I think there's something about North Carolina that's just been very liberal, and I don't know. Anyways, I don't want to distract, but yeah, she probably is Jewish, but I wouldn't put her outside the realm of possibility that she's just like a brainwashed, like liberal person, because a lot of the people that I know from that part, especially around that college culture in North Carolina, they're very psyop people, right? Like they're very
extremely psyop. Like they literally have no fucking idea what they're talking about. So I just want to say it is possible that she's just someone who just has no clue what's going on.
Yeah, she seems very worried.
And claims about protecting an ethnic group of people's existence, meaning supporting a blasphemous antichrist, none of which were brought up by AP or logically or intrinsically follow. Meanwhile, biblically, we see God himself set up and set apart Israel for his glory, and we see open your mouth for the mute, for the rights of those who are destitute. Open your mouth, judge righteously, defend the rights of the poor and needy. Proverbs 31, 8 through 9. So my question is, based on these things, if you believe in the sanctity of the lives God created, how can you attack the primary group who is speaking up for their preservation when the things that you claim, such as ushering in the Antichrist, a biblical prophecy, does not logically follow?
Yeah. So first of all, my job here tonight is to make logical.
Like that girl seemed like a plant. Like I'm not gonna lie, like that seemed like she was planted into the question and answer section to
Right.
like specifically like do some controlled opposition bit like against the Jew blood thing and against the um you
We'll see a
know
smirk.
yeah
He caught it.
yeah it's totally weird like where'd this girl come from? I think she's like put in there like this is very smartly like the counter like this is a counter op.
Now, you know what I was thinking a second ago is that maybe the reason that Andrew didn't want to go to the patristic text and he wanted to make logical arguments, right, is because he knew that his audience wouldn't understand it and would get scandalized by those texts, right? So it's like, if he does make those arguments, I don't think he has enough, I guess, faith in the saints or like the message of the church itself to pull him through on it, you know?
Well, he could be. I mean, I'll play devil's advocate for a moment and say that like he could be laying like traps to let people make logical arguments that he can logically defeat, and then say, okay, now that I've defeated it logically, now I'm going to point you to the text. Like I'm just saying, like it could be that, although I definitely have my doubts because the way that this argument's going is like, again, I think there's a much larger meta narrative that they're spinning that's geopolitical, because even the way she framed that, it's like, oh, you have to help the destitute and the poor. It's like, so does that mean someone 18,000 miles away, I owe them my attention and care and stuff like that? And again, I think that's where people like Pinoid are making secular arguments along those lines, which are valid. But again, if you think Christianity's dumb, then there's no even point in discussing it with a Christian from that angle, right? So
Right.
it's kind of like these different, and I think that's the thing. It's like to me, it's all compartmentalization, right? Like you can have compartmentalized logical arguments, but you can't integrate it into your faith and proliferate that out, right? So.
Well, according to Andrew, he's not he's not a theologian and he doesn't want to be. He wants to make political arguments. So and he says he's good at it, but like as far as I understood from just like looking at it for what it was, it wasn't strong. I felt like what made him weak was that he was relying on logic when you could have easily disputed this with the scriptures because he was using the scriptures. So why would you?
Yeah, like that's what's like it's one thing to not to be afraid to quote John Chrysostom because you're afraid of getting deplatformed like a scared little bitch, but it's another thing to actually just let the other guy hide behind him. It's like, what is that? Don't let him hide behind. You know what I mean? These texts and all of this type of stuff. He could have quoted so many lines, and then even with the magic Jew blood, he could have quoted the line, that like out of these stones, God could have created new children of Abraham.
Absolutely.
So like, why didn't he quote that line, that very pivotal line that almost shows up in like all of the Gospels? Right?
Because he's embarrassed.
Like
that's why.
Yeah, he's embarrassed of St. John. He's embarrassed of the OG St. John, and the other thing. I mean, it's just wild. I mean,
or like a Paisios, or those texts that we kind of read off, like those aren't hard to find. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, maybe maybe it is, you know, if you're only looking at politics. But it seemed to me, at least, like we had a pretty strong argument, and we didn't have preparation for it. Like we just kind of went, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
Yeah, that seemed totally scripted. I mean, she had them all listed on the phone. She seemed too pretty to ask the question. Then she also looked like a Jew. She was like quivering as she asked the question. It looked like somebody planted her in there to be like, "Can you ask him about Jew blood and the other thing he said?" Because you know, because he said Antichrist and Jew blood, and he's getting hammered. It
Oh,
appeared everywhere that universally he was condemned for saying that, and
well, well,
yeah.
it's a crucial part of Christianity that your blood is not making you who you are. It's like, you know,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like it's like that's like the crux of what Christianity is. I mean, it's kind of strange that
Yeah, they called him a Nazi for it, and he's now cowering and saying, "How dare you call me a Nazi?" That's when people try to deplatform you. So he's saying, "Oh, you're trying to deplatform me," instead of doubling down and saying, "Look, you fucking people support the Antichrist. Fuck you people."
Well,
You
you
mean,
know,
right?
AP, he's smiling throughout of it because he knows it's a setup. The setup is, I'm going to paint you as anti-Semitic. I'm going to paint you as this horrible person
100%.
that's unloving. You know what I mean? I think obviously based on that question, even if she is a plant, they're going to influence a certain number of people that are going to view him that way. You know, but the whole thing with Christianity is you face that head on. You know.
This is so
So
weird. Maybe I dodged a bullet here because I was set up to debate this guy. I would
well,
have been painted.
but think about it like this: the fact that he's so scared of getting deplatformed for questioning the Jewish belief system, I mean, isn't that telling? I mean, like, you know,
right.
like that's also
That's where
very
those
telling.
texts from Father Seraphim Rose come into handy, because then you could have brought up and said, okay, this is from the survival course where he says that if you even criticize the Jays, then you have the Anti-Defamation League on you. You know what I mean? And it's like pointing that out could have been weighty. You know what I'm saying? That could have pointed out the strategy that they would use, I guess. You get what I'm saying? And you're staying true to your faith. So it's like a win-win. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it.
Arguments as to whether or not there's an ought or an ought not. What if Christians must? They have some moral obligation to support a political ideology. Right?
It's like a broken record. I mean, it's almost like one trick pony type of stuff. I mean, right, with him and Jay Dyer with the moral justification game. You know, where you make every single debate about the same fucking topic, dude. Like it's getting totally crazy. I mean,
Well,
I granted
it's deist, right? Like this is what they
right.
do.
Right. To me, it stands out that this is kind of where it reminds me of Stefano. Again, it's like they're basically doing libertarian arguing points under a Christian marketing scheme or something. It's kind of a bizarre, you know.
Definition. I've been very charitable. I granted his definitions. I've granted his numbers. I've granted everything and showed that they still don't falsify the actual position. The reason I utilize the idea of magic Jew blood is so that he could say, yes, this is above Orthodox Christians. Do you, ma'am, do you believe that Israel is the church? Do you believe the church is Israel?
I don't know how that's relevant to
Can you
supporting
answer
an
my
ethnic
question?
group. To
Can you answer my
live.
question?
I mean, like notice that she said that Israel is an ethnic group, and then he's basically, you know, I'd say he's kind of getting her to do a switcheroo on the concept of Israel, right? Because what she's talking about, the ethno state Israel, is not what he's talking about. Israel, the church.
Correct. And
So
that's the only defense he really has in that moment. You know, if he doesn't want to be deemed, you know, an anti-Semitic, it's like, I'm anti-heretic. This is the difference. You have to show them that this is not rooted in this modernist outlook, because they're viewing a historical Orthodox position from a modern outlook. If we're talking about the scriptures, we have to have a historical understanding and context of that. That's why you have to bring Chrysostom up. That's why you have to bring, you know what I mean? And that's the problem with having a deist argumentation with it, because it's not going to be logical if you're depending on secular logic, you know, or like secular understanding of concepts and words.
Thank you. It's not
But my
Can you
question,
answer
my
my
question
question?
is
It's not relevant
about
because
supporting the
Oh
light
my
of an
God.
ethnic group.
I already
So that is
established-
Did
irrelevant
I
to my
answer your
question.
Did I answer your question? I answered it. Yes, I did. Can you answer mine? Is Israel the church?
I believe that the church
Uh-huh.
that is with Christ are the branches that have been grafted on to the natural born olive tree.
Oh,
though, in his
hold up.
religious belief.
So she's
That's his
she's
talking point. She's
yeah.
a plant, without a doubt. That's AP's talking point.
Yeah, that's literally, she's literally taking the dispensationalist position. You know, when it literally says that actually they were cut off and they'll be grafted on later. They may be grafted on later. That's what it actually
Absolutely.
says. So it's
Well,
totally
again,
just botched the line.
again, this is what most people in the South, and especially in North Carolina with the charismatics or whatever the fuck you call it, like all the Baptists, all these people, they all believe this. Like they really think that, like, well, you know, they have this kind of warped sense of, you know, Jews' place in the whole thing, which to me, I've just never heard a good justification for it. So.
I'm gonna look back at the verse about the branches, because I actually did, and the commentaries actually expose this for what it is. So you guys can continue on, but I'll find it.
Yeah, for sure.
And in mine, we believe that the church is the Israel which is being referenced. He believes that too.
Not
That's
exclusively.
part of his
Not
faith.
exclusively.
Hang on. That's part of his faith. So when I'm making, so when I hang on,
When it's
can you
against
let
what
me
he
finish
says.
my point?
Not
When he,
exclusively.
what does not exclusively mean? It means also yes I do, but. It means yes I do, but a qualifier. Great, but he does.
Andrew, all
he
Christians
has
believe
to.
that.
Yeah, okay.
All Christians believe
Can-
that.
can I finish
Let
my
me clarify
point,
one
Luther?
thing here for you.
I'm
Because
not
you-
allowed
Let's
to finish
hold on
my
one
point.
second.
Luther.
I do want to give
Yeah,
Andrew a chance
stop
to finish.
filibustering me,
Okay, sure, go ahead,
AP.
go ahead.
Let
Go ahead,
me
go
finish
ahead.
the point. So anyway, back to this. By his own faith, he believes that Israel's new church. Me and you are talking past each other. Me and AP are not. I'm falsifying his direct ideology, not trying to
You're
falsify
actually
whatever
not.
yours is.
You're making a false.
Oh, now he's trying to confuse them and be like, "Oh, you two are actually saying two completely different things." This guy's a fucking troll, dude. Like, what the hell?
Okay, then who's the church?
Okay, here is the issue, Andrew. Do you
Uh-huh.
acknowledge?
Yeah.
Do you acknowledge that according to Romans 9 through 11, and according to Orthodox teachings, there are two Israels here. One would be the natural.
Yeah, but it's pretty clear that the um the spiritual Israel is the one that gets saved. The Israel in the flesh doesn't get saved. So it's not saying both of them get saved.
So here's the commentary. So it's by Broster. What he says is, it displeases God if someone rejoices at the misfortunes of others. As Solomon says, in any case, the Jays were not rejected for the sake of the Gentiles. Rather, it was because they were rejected that they gave up an opportunity for the gospel to be preached to the Gentiles. If you boast against those whose root you have been grafted, you insult the people who have accepted you so that you might be converted from bad to good. You will not continue like if you destroy the thing on which you stand. Wherever I see a synagogue, the thought of the apostle always come to me, that we should not boast against the olive tree whose branches have been broken off, but rather fear. For if the natural branches have been cut off, how much more we who have been grafted on the olive tree should fear, lest we become like them. So it's understood in these commentaries that they have been branched out, and that if we boast against them, we could possibly be branched out as well. But what is boasting against them? That's the question, all right? Boasting against them isn't just supporting whatever heresy they're doing. You get what I'm saying? Like this is how he's obfuscating the conversation. He's making an emotional argument about something here. Like it's strange. It's trolly for sure. It's dumb. Yeah,
total. Yeah. Yeah, go
This
ahead.
is the last thing I'll say on it. It says, a believing Gentile says that he can rejoice that the Jews did not believe, saying that their condemnation made room for the Gentiles. But the Jews were not condemned by God in order to let the Gentiles in. They condemned themselves by rejecting God's gift. And by doing that, they gave the Gentiles an opportunity to be saved. Paul wants to stop this boasting so that we might rejoice in our salvation rather than insult the weak. For the man who insults a sinner is easily deceived. So it's about insulting them, like, oh, like, a believing Gentile says that he can rejoice that the Jews did not believe. It's like, oh, you guys don't believe, so that's the issue. It has nothing to do with anything else. So his whole argument is just false as far as the commentaries are concerned,
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. Up until the entire, passages that he's talking about the Jews, it's almost like he's not contextualizing anything, because he's talking about one that's in the spirit, right? Meaning that one that's basically y- um you know saved by Christ, right?
Right.
So he talks about that, right? And he'll talk about that in in a lot of the ideas. So he's talking about spiritual salvation being apart from um you know the ideas of the laws, and then he talks about the law given to the Jews, right, on the basis of transgressions. So
Yeah.
he talks about this entire idea of the Jews having the law and how God basically tested them by giving them this law, right? And then now outside of the law, there's a spirit, and then the Gentiles are brought into the fold of salvation. So he's comparing. So you're right. If anything, he's comparing the Gentiles to the Jews because he's apostle to the Gentiles, right? So
Right.
so he's totally missing the entire thing. So that's something that Andrew Wilson's not really clarifying. He's not talking about loving everyone. He's talking about the Jews versus the Gentiles, right? So he could have very easily clarified that.
I definitely have some theories about that, which I'm still gonna try to, I'm gonna try to save that for the next one. But again, I don't think those mistakes are on purpose, not because I think he's not dumb or something, but I'm just saying, like, I think that those little errors, like, they could be a part of a larger narrative that they're trying to spin about what's the role of, well, and again, this is a long time coming, obviously, with Protestantism, but they could be trying to bring that into Orthodoxy and Catholicism more overtly for some reason. So I'm just saying, like, maybe that's kind of what they're trying to do here. And yeah, I don't know, but I'll say more about it later. But I would say everyone in the chat, go spread the link around, try to get some more people in here, because I think that we're covering some really important shit, and I would like more people to see it.
So this is something that Revelations 2:9, where he talks about the synagogue of Satan, where he says, "I know your works in tribulation, poverty, but you are rich. And I know the blasphemy of those who say they are the Jews and are not, but are of a synagogue of Satan." This is what Clement of Rome says in AD 99. He says, "For in God's estimation, he is not a J who is called a J among men, nor is he a Gentile that is called a Gentile, but he who, believing in God, fulfills his law and does his will, though he be not circumcised." So there's a distinguishing factor here, Even if they, you know, it's like, okay, there's two Israels. Okay, yes, there's two Israels. But who is the true Israel? The true Israel are those who follow Christ. Period. Right? And in the eyes of God. And that's what he says, that they call themselves Jews, but they are not. You know, and they are of the synagogue of Satan. Period. And that's actually banned on Twitter. You can't even post that, by the way.
Israel, and one is the spiritual, or also called the true Israel. Do you acknowledge this?
Well, let's define our terms real quick. So,
do you acknowledge that there are two
it
Israels, the
depends.
natural
Yeah,
Israel and the spiritual?
yeah. So if they're saying what is natural Israel?
It's right in the scripture. I
Tell
quoted it
tell
to
me
the
what the
entire time.
Orthodox Church position is. on
This is the
natural
Orthodox
Israel.
Church position.
What
are you
is it?
talking
What
about?
is natural
You
Israel?
can find it in the Orthodox Study Bible. The natural Israel are those who are of the tradition of the Jews and the descendants of the Jews for their forefathers, who may or may not have accepted Christ. Whereas the spiritual Israel
Is
are
the church.
those who have accepted Christ
the church.
and who are the church. There are two
Okay.
Israels.
Now I understand
Two
your term.
Israels. Do you acknowledge that there are two Israels?
Yeah. So, which one were we talking about? What question I asked her? Who's the church?
Do you acknowledge, Andrew, that there are two
Even
Israels?
if I grant it, who's the church?
Can you answer my question?
Who's the church, Ridvan?
Can you answer my question?
I
Do you
did.
acknowledge?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I do. Okay, there are two
Now,
Israels.
who's the church?
There's two Israels.
Who's
you acknowledge?
the church,
Fantastic.
Who's the church? Oh man. This is the height of stupidity at this point. Right? He could just simply just acknowledge that there's two Israels. Right? You could be a Jew in the flesh and you could be a Jew in the spirit. Right? One of them does not attain salvation. The other one does attain salvation. Right? And there's also a third group of Gentiles that are being brought into the fold of salvation, of which the Jews were rejected from because they didn't uphold the mantle of faith. So
and
there's
they would
all
be known as the true Israel because they're part of the church. Easy. It's an easy explanation. You know?
So easy. Like I just did. I'm a fucking Muslim and I just explained it. Unseen warfare is not even part of this situation, right? But you know, obviously he knows it way better than these guys do. But yeah, this is simply amazing that they couldn't just explain that. You know, and why are these two buffoons on the fucking stage in the first place then? And they're there to gatekeep the issue and to dumb this issue down and to make it palatable to people and to confuse the situation. That's what's going on.
Yeah. It's pretty stupid.
So when it talks about them being enemies for the gospel's sake, but still beloved by their forefathers, which Israel is this, Andrew?
So who's the? Okay, I answered your question.
Answer that question. Which
Okay,
Israel is
give me
this?
the question again.
The girl's looking at her phone. She's embarrassed for him at this point. This is hilarious.
But I want you to promise that you'll answer mine as soon as I answer
Sure.
I do
You
want
promise?
Sure.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
sure.
Okay.
When Paul talks about how they are enemies for the gospel's sake, but they are beloved for their forefathers' sake, which Israel is he talking
about? Well, in this case, I'd say the natural.
Thank you. And that's the one that this promise is about.
So hang on. So who's the church? Hang on. So who's the church?
Israel.
The church is Israel?
Yes.
And so when I told her that you believe that the church is Israel, I was accurate, right?
This is what
Ridvan, just answer the question.
Yeah, but that's not
Okay,
that's
thank
not
you.
relevant.
Holy
That's not relevant.
shit.
That's
Had to
not
do
relevant
all
to
of
the
this
issue.
to get the answer from you.
That's not relevant to the issue because
It
we're
is
talking
relevant.
about the natural Israel.
It is relevant.
And this is
She was not
exclusive.
referencing natural Israel.
No, she clearly mentioned the natural Israel. That's
So they kept asking. So who avoided the question here? I mean, he keeps asking him about the natural Israel, right? Wilson won't answer the fucking question. You know, whereas he keeps obfuscating to spiritual Israel, right? Whereas he's acknowledged that there's two Israels already. You know, Wilson has, right? And he's and now Rizwan, Rizvan or Ridvan or whatever the fuck this guy's name. It's some kind of Turkish guy or whatever, right? His entire, you know, he's just pointing out. He's like, the girl's talking about the natural Israel, not the spiritual Israel. Why do you keep talking about the spiritual Israel now? Because you already acknowledged there's two of them. So I mean, that was just a clear loss for Wilson. I mean, I don't know what he could have done about that. I mean, you know, he totally got I mean, other than, give the clear response that, about, the spiritual Jew and the in the flesh, and give the clear response from Romans that you could have given. Right? I mean, he totally dropped the ball here.
That's what we're talking
No,
about.
I told her that we're referencing
until
who
just
is
now.
the church. Dude.
Until just now, you didn't even
Oh
acknowledge
my
that there was an
God.
actual Israel.
Getting answers out of you is like pulling teeth.
Didn't he
we
just
have a question
grant
for
that there's an actual
Apostate Prophet.
Israel?
We have a question for you, AP.
Sure, go ahead.
So Andrew mentioned earlier that he believes the religious Jews are the ones who reject Jesus. But I wanted to get your viewpoint on this, since you guys clearly differ on some things. Would you agree with him that the religious Jews are those that reject Jesus, or instead those that actually accept him?
What are you talking about? Religious Jews reject him? Like, obviously all the Jews reject him. Like Jesus. Like, what are you talking about? Like, is there like some sect of
So
Jews that
dude.
like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, what?
Well, listen to this quote. So it says, concerning the gospel, they are enemies for your sake, but concerning the election, they are beloved for the sake of the fathers, right? That's Romans 11:28. This is the verse he keeps bringing up. Well, listen what Ambrosator says. He says, however seriously the Jays may have sinned by rejecting the gift of God, and however worthy they may be of death, nevertheless, they are children of good people, whose privilege and many benefits from God they have received. They will be received with joy when they return to the faith, because God loves them for them is stirred up by the memory of their ancestors. But it's not until they return to the faith. So his whole premise is that they're still loved, but his love for them for them is stirred up by memory of their ancestors. But they will only receive joy when they return to the faith. That's it. That's all he had to do, was go to like the Catena Bible app, go to the verse he's talking about, and there it is. Right? Because this AP guy has been talking about this verse the whole entire time, before even the debate. It's stupid.
Yeah, and you could tell that the David Wood guy trained him on this debate, and basically just said, look, all you need to do is hide behind Romans 9-11. The guy won't even talk about it, and you could just put that in your pocket and go home and say you won. So this was literally, and then also we'll get a few anti-Semitic remarks from the guy. So yeah, this is a complete setup. Wilson should have never agreed to this debate. He should have ducked out like he did with Mark Reed, and it would have been fine. I mean,
well, what he really should have done is gone to Romans 2:29, which is, but he is a J who is one inwardly, and circumcision is of the heart, in the spirit, not in the letter, whose praise is not from men, but from God. And then could have gone to the commentary from St. Hilary of Poitiers that says, the apostle testifies without any hesitation that those who walk according to the teachings of Christ in the spirit, not in the letter, are the Israel of God. And
that's why it's so weird that he's using the term spiritual Jew here, almost inverting the meaning of what it means in Paul. And it's saying that a spiritual Jew would reject Christ. It's like, well, a spiritual Jew is literally what a Christian is in Paul, right? Like, what the fuck?
So, I have a question for you guys. So, if this is like a setup against Wilson, which I'm open to, what would be the skill? Like, what side is the AP representing against the side that you think Wilson is? Like, is this an occult schism, or is this like an actual like?
This is an ecumenist take. That's my understanding of it, and it's a liberal ecumenist take. That's based on a Freemasonic understanding from the patriarchate, the ecumenical patriarchate, that wants closer relations with the Jays for political reasons.
Yeah, I think that's better than I could have said it. Definitely.
But is that to give Andrew Wilson street cred now or something, or is that because there's an actual rift between them? I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Well, I think that the reality is that Andrew understands what the church teaches, but he doesn't understand that these ecumenists don't care about what the church teaches, and he's just a useful idiot for their cause, right? So I mean, I think they knew that this guy wasn't going to go into this with a spiritual understanding of the text, and that he was going to try to have logical deductions of it, and they could easily paint him as an anti-Semitic. And then you got people on board within Orthodoxy, which you see in his comment section, that are going for this, like, oh, like we should support the Zionist. You know what I'm saying?
Well, but see, here's the other side of it, and this is kind of like my big pet peeve is like what I see is like a total redux of 2016 of like an all they're just they're revamping the alt right into people, like Andrew, and so they're going to drag all these alt right, like neo-Nazi types, and they're going to just drop them right in the middle of his movement and say, I mean, again, and it's funny because Andrew has done all he can to go against that. So again, it's like, so now they're just going to tie him to all that to give it either A, legitimacy, or B, burn him, or C, some other thing that I can't predict. But I'm just saying, it's like, is this basically to basically paint anyone with a quote unquote based take on Christianity as anti-Semitic, and then just basically split the vote, I guess you'd say, among the Orthodox? See what I'm saying? So it's like, and I think there's a wider thing even than that. But I'm giving you guys like kind of a little bit of like what I'm trying to figure out, like what exactly is the play that they're running here. Like
Well, I
it
think,
seems that they're running a play for sure. Yeah.
yeah, the play I'm looking at right now, just like going off of what he's posting on Twitter, right? So look at this. So I just seen this. This is something they're saying between the two. I want to clarify one thing about he's talking about Andrew here. While we have a very rough debate and strongly disagree with each other when it comes to Israel, I don't believe for a second that his indifference to Israel comes from a place of hatred for Jays or for a desire to see them destroyed. I wouldn't want to present it in that way, nor do I agree with others who would like to frame it that way. A lot of people online are motivated by hatred. He is not. As I said before, I really appreciate the debate and enjoy hanging out afterwards. I look forward to more debates. So that, I think, and then Andrew says, agreed, no need for Orthodox infighting. I am there to present arguments only. I appreciate this completely forgotten. So they don't want to cause a schism over this. All right.
Well, again, it's funny. Like, and again, like, to me, that like what they said right there is just very satanic. Oh, we don't want to cause a divide. It's like,
How
well,
long ago?
why wouldn't you want to cause a divide? I mean, that's the whole
How
point.
long ago was that, Unseen?
Okay, this was 2 hours ago.
2 hours ago. So I wonder. I mean, 2 hours ago was right when on Jim Bob the guy said he's going to destroy the guy's life. So I wonder in what time frame he said that, right? So I don't know
Yeah.
what you know what I mean. It's getting kind of weird. So I wonder if there's any conclusive
Wait, so
evidence. Maybe we
who said he wants to destroy whose life? Oh, Andrew Wilson said he'll destroy his life.
Yeah, Wilson said he's going to
Okay.
destroy AP and David Wood, and he even said that David Wood probably got graped in jail.
So here's the question though. Like again, like so is this like Catholic? Is this like David Wood Catholicism and like overtly ecumenist on one side, and then like a crypto ecumenist on Andrew Wilson's side or something?
Yeah, pretty much, because like I brought up in the first breakdown, is that they're both in communion. So no matter what, the Antiochians are in communion with ecumenical patriarchate. It's not going to matter, right? The debate is just null and void anyways, because Andrew has already admitted that this is a heresy. Now, the ecumenical patriarchate pushes this heresy. He's in communion with the heresy. You're only talking, right? Now they want to back up from it because they realize that they exposed that they're in heresy. I think that's the case.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they saw our video.
Something's up, because Jim Bob said something like, "Oh, what if we cause a schism?" And it's like, that's fear right there, because you know that the logical conclusion of your argument leads to, this is heresy, they're in it, meaning I'm in it. Like, that's it.
Yeah, and the way he said it was like cowering, like basically hiding underneath like Andrew Wilson's pant legs, and just being
chill
like,
out, dude. He was like low key telling him to chill out. That's what it seemed like. You might cause a schism, man.
Yeah, and then I think some of the higher ups talked to Andrew, and they were like, "Look, you need to fall in line with this guy supporting Zionism." And he's like, "Yeah, it's cool." You know,
Right.
and
But back to your point, Neuro, it's like, why wouldn't they want a division if it's heresy?
Right. Well, and it's like, and they also they lose the ground of like Dyer calling people you're a schismatic, or you know, or when people call him that, it justifies the fact that they're schismatic. See what I'm saying? So like that's the other side of it too. Like now they lose ammo that
Well,
they've been using.
that's what happened with the MP and the EP, because they broke over Ukraine, right? But guess what happened when that happened? That then the argument started happening that, well, maybe the true Orthodox are right, because if these two can, if there's a division and you still consider each other, valid churches, that means the true Orthodox are right, because we have our own divisions over political reasons, but not over doctrine. They're not doctrinal issues. It's
Yeah,
usually like personality
well, to
divide.
me, it makes me wonder, like, is this just trying to further niche down subcultures of Christianity, or is this some sort of weird judo thing to like get more people roped into dispensationalism or something? Like, I'm just theorizing on the
On a
fly. I don't know,
spiritual
but
level, I think it's that. I think it's like definitely heading in the direction of an antichrist worldview. And I don't think Andrew realizes that he's a part of it. Maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I think he exposed it. There was like a glimmer of light that shined through, and he realized it for a second, I think.
yeah,
so check this out.
and I'm just theorizing on the fly because like I've just seen that shit my whole life where the churches do that shit. So go ahead, Trey.
Okay, so I don't know where you're seeing this post, because we need to open this post up because
It's on AP's timeline.
So here's his. So it'll be 2 hours ago. So
Yeah,
look at
I'll
this.
send it to you.
This is 4 hours ago. Look at this. Andrew Wilson, an apostate prophet, just debated, should Christians support Zionism? I think that apostate prophet won that debate. And today I got Paleo Christcon to agree that Christians should support Zionism, at least on the love and compassion level. Check this out. So she posted this, right? And so this says, simply Shula to Paleo Christcon literally said that if the entire Israel wiped out without Western support, it's still not an ought for why Christians should support Israel. If I ever said anything like that about any group of people, country, I'd be embarrassed for the rest of my life. Andrew Wilson, if Iran was totally wiped out by Israel, that doesn't present an ought for why Christians should support Muslims. Do you understand or still not? If Iran was attacked by Israel with intent of massacring every single Iranian, it would be a moral duty of every normal moral person to support the people of Iran. This is beyond theology, just really basic stuff. LOL, okay. And why does it become moral duty for Christians to intervene in that instance? Why ought they? And then down there she says, we can start with this, for example. And then she gives a thing about, so I guess she asked Grok, why does Christian theology say about supporting non-Christians who face extermination or prosecution? It gives several examples. It says universal love and compassion, justice for all, New Testament example, historical modern practice. And then Andrew Wilson says, okay, great. So send love, show compassion, and say it's unjust. Does that mean soldiers and ammo and money?
No, it doesn't. It means prayers. That's the reality of it. Because who are you going to pick, out of the two sides? Like, what?
Well, certainly, and again, this is the funny part. Again, this is what stands out to me. Again, it's like if a single solitary Christian decides to go and join one side or the other, that's very different than saying that, well, collectively we as Christians owe one thing or another. And then another level of it is, it's an entirely different thing to say that I need to support my secular government that has nothing to do with my religion whatsoever, involving themselves either, right? And so again, to me, again, it's just like they're compartmentalizing all this to say that, like, well, if my government decides to do it and I decide to join that military or I decide to pay my taxes or whatever, I'm still off the hook, right? I mean, so again, it's like it's really confusing because it depends on how niche you want to get it. Because then you could say, well, like, what's my responsibility to keeping Jews out of my country or Islam out of my country, or what's my responsibility to make my country Christian rather than make it secular, right? So you see, like, there's all these other entailments that they're obviously sidestepping that would be necessary to address if this is any sort of real quote unquote debate or discussion on the issue, right?
So this is really rich. This is really rich, folks. So just 2 hours ago, okay, just 2 hours ago, me and the homies were watching the show. This is why we started the show, because we were watching Jim Bob, and this guy said he's going to destroy apostate prophet and all this stuff because he's coping badly that he lost this debate, right? Just within the last 2 hours, with tail between his legs, he colluded with the Antichrist and literally said, "Oh yeah, we forget, all is forgotten. It's fine. Even though you're colluding with the Antichrist to bring about the Antichrist reign, and you support Zionism, it's fine. We're brothers in Christ." So this is it, guys. So Wilson, scared that he was going to lose his platform, okay, with his tail between his legs, came back and fucking apologized to the guy.
Yeah, he did.
Holy fucking shit, dude. Like, holy fucking shit. Well, now that we have both the tweet and the fucking video, oh my God, I can't wait till we're done watching this fucking debate. Because
Well, this is let me add another layer onto it. Here's the other layer to it, right? So the argument is also like, you're in communion with Antichrist, blah blah blah. Well, if he's now agreeing to that, well, is that accelerationism? Is that Sabbatean Frankism, saying, well, we just need to usher in Antichrist so we can get to the real one, or whatever the equivalent Christian, counterpart to that there is, right? And I'm kind of curious, like, what do you call that if you're trying to accelerate the coming of Antichrist and Christ in effect, right?
Well, really, it's Chiliism, because what he's espousing is this millennialist kind of, or this millennial view that he's taking an eschatological take and putting it earlier, whereas the Jays will be come back to the church at some point later on near the end of the time, with Elijah, right? We'll preach to them. Now he's putting this here and now, so where it's like, well, we should support them now because they will eventually be pulled back in. And if he agrees with this is agreeing to a heresy, because you're distorting, the end times results, in a sense, I guess. If that
And again, that's the thing, is this is what I'm saying, is like, it seems like you're smuggling in eschatological interpretations into a secular argument, essentially. And but again, under the guise of, like, well, we're Christians trying to make a secular argument. So again, it's like it's kind of smuggling in a very particular form of interpretation, in my opinion, right? I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying, is like, they're not overtly saying this is how you interpret the book of Revelations. They're saying, well, I don't know, should we do this or that or whatever? And then the conclusion is, well, I don't want to be accused of anti-Semitism, so therefore I'll just concede to XYZ point, which is actually a particular interpretation of eschatology. So see what I'm saying? Like, that's kind of what I'm getting at, right?
Right. Well, Andrew said this at some point in the conversation with Jim Bob, that he wasn't saying that the Antichrist would be a J. Well, the Holy Fathers say he'll be a J of the tribe of Dan, right? And then he also says that he doesn't know Judaism has been anathematized.
But
Yes, he
see
does.
this. But see, here's the other side of it. This is why I keep bringing up the occult, because within occultism, like Blavatsky and Giorgiani and these kind of people, they kind of like allude to the fact of like, well, the tribe of Dan is actually just European white people. So maybe that's what, you know what I mean? Like they don't interpret the tribe of Dan to mean Jewish in these occult circles. It's kind of like
Oh, so what
Aryanism
you're
and stuff like
saying
this. So
is, oh, I see what you're saying. Wow, that's
yeah, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. And again, I'm not saying that they're doing that, knowingly, because I can't know that. But what I am saying is like, if you follow some of these occult arguments, like me and Machine did a lot of that, right? Where they talk about the tribe of Dan is actually like Robert Sepper and these guys, right? They kind of say that like, well, white people are the tribe of Dan, like Northern European people from Denmark, people from Norway, which effectively is what England became because they got invaded by the Anglo-Saxons, right? So again, it's kind of like this weird, white nationalism, esoteric Hitlerism, fucking real, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying that they're, yes, correct. And again, I'm not saying they believe that. I'm just saying that there is an argument to say that, like, if you take an occult, if you do take an occult interpretation of what they're saying, that could be part of what maybe is going on. And I mean, I definitely want Machine or other people's opinion on that. I'm not making a claim that I know that, but I'm saying like I can definitely see a strong possibility that could be kind of creeping in.
why else would you give an interpretation that the Holy Fathers didn't give? They said that it would be a J from the tribe of Dan. I don't understand it unless he just doesn't know, which I feel like he's pretending he doesn't know a lot of this stuff, and that's why he's like acting as if he's making political talking points. This is kind of common knowledge.
But that's why people like Dugan and shit like that is so important, because that's the interpretation they take of all this, right? Or at least as far as I understand it. I mean, so if you have Dugan up there, Putin's philosopher, spouting all this shit off, you know what I'm saying, about the fourth way or whatever, chaos magic, etc., right? Arianism, etc., right? I don't know exactly what that means, but I'm sure there's somebody out there who does.
Sorry, I didn't understand the whole distinction.
So Andrew put forward the idea that religious Jews reject Jesus. I'm asking you if you would agree with that position, or if you would instead believe that the religious Jews are.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was religious Jew and not spiritual Jew. So I misspoke earlier when I said that. Yeah.
For those that do follow Jesus. Thank you.
So sorry to interrupt again, but Machine, what do you think of my theory that there could be creeping in occultist interpretations of stuff? I mean, is that in the realm of possibility, or is that kind of overstepping the?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, Unseen's already covered it, so yeah, 100%. I mean, that's literally what happened. With the theistic evolution, and I mean, we heard the guy from Patristic Faith cite the guy who's literally pushing theistic evolution. So yeah, they're bringing in occult views, I'd say.
Yeah.
This whole presuppositionalism thing is essentially some type of occult dealio. Presuppositionalism. It's pure philosophical. I think it has nothing to do with any religious doctrine. I mean, so it's very strange.
It's Aristotelianism that got combined with Kabbalah, if I'm understanding right. But,
oh yeah,
sorry.
yeah, and I'll see some of these channels even go in and say, well, Aristotle's the guy, and and all of this type of stuff. So I don't know.
Jews, all those who are Jews by flesh, all those who are Jews by tradition, who reject Christ, would be considered the Jews and of the natural branches of Israel. That is literally what Paul says. And then there are also those who he says not all are Israel. The true Israel are then those who accept Christ. So this is where the diversion comes in. And by the way, he is trying to make it look like this is just Orthodox theology. It's not. It's literally in the Bible. This Protestants teach the same thing. Catholics teach the same thing. Orthodox teach the same thing because it is in the Bible. He didn't even he only just acknowledged He only just acknowledged that it might be true that Israel is also the natural Israel, the people of,
Because
of,
I'm
of
looking
Israel,
at it
the
from the
Jews.
view of you, Ridvan.
I do want to jump. I do want to
Ridvan.
jump to the next question. Is
It
you've been on
doesn't
this one
depend
for a
on
while.
me, Andrew.
Yeah, your view depends on you,
It
Ridvan.
doesn't depend on me.
Your view depends on you specifically,
It's the
Ridvan.
Christian
I hate to
view.
do this, folks, but
So I have a brief statement and then a question. So I'm a seminarian in the Reformed tradition, the Reformed tradition universally.
Yeah, these guys always look like Indiana Jones or like some guy like who's like on the Indiana Jones team for some reason. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
He rejects dispensationalism.
They're always wearing like denim clothes and stuff.
That's how people in North Kakalaki dress. Last time I was visiting.
Yeah, it's like they're like J.C. Penney catalog type of dude here.
And many of the other sort of main Protestant groups, it's mostly restorationists that accept that hold that position.
Mhm.
But
That's true. It's small. It's like 20%
But-
it's like 20% who accepts dispensationalism.
Yeah, I was just saying that you characterized Protestants when it is not universal to Protestantism.
That's true, but look, I wasn't
But
being.
real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
So in the 70s, the United States sent money and weapons to the Taliban in the effort to fight the Soviet Union.
Yeah.
Today, the Israeli government sends money to support dispensationalists in the U.S.
Yes.
Does the U.S. support the political aims of a caliphate of the Taliban just because they send them money?
They have. So they actually have supported what you would consider, like if we're talking about Al Qaeda, things like this. The U.S. has actually supported groups like this. I would say, though, from a Christian perspective, we would say they ought not do that, right? They ought not do that. That's the whole point. Right?
I think you misunderstand.
What the fuck?
But see again, this is what I was saying is like, but you as a Christian living in under a secular government, what fucking right do you have? Aren't you supposed to render unto Caesar? See what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing, right? So now he's just are we just saying, well, might makes right? Caesar says, Caesar does. Pay your taxes.
See, from a Christian perspective, at least, if he was smart, this is what he would say: that it's render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and render unto what is God's. As long as the government itself isn't asking you to do something that goes against your faith. You get what I'm saying? That's explained in the Gospels. So, in other words, Zionism goes against our faith, so we don't need to support it because it's a heresy, period.
But again, I don't know why this guy's bringing up that point. I'm just saying that like it's like the guy's point is valid, but that's the thing is like, so do we just go against America? And is that what Andrew Wilson's saying? Go against America because they support both sides of a religious conflict or whatever? I mean, I don't know.
Well, the truth of the matter is, it's not Orthodox Christians that are going against America. It's America that's going against God. And America, if America is going against God, then Orthodox Christians can't be on this side of America's fight against God.
I just think it's so funny because the Trilateral Commission, right, literally run by Jays, right? It's like the CFR, right? And they literally create this plan to arm the Taliban, right? So it's the Jays creating Al Qaeda, right? And then when the Islamic terrorists, right? So this is so funny because this exposes the entire controlled dialectic with the Islamic false flag terror and the Jewish response and the American response to it, right? It's so hilarious, right? I bet, I'd like to get a close up on Rizwan's stupid fucking face at this point when he just said He just literally said that the U.S. funded Al Qaeda. You know, right? Hilarious. The same Islamic terrorists are now attacking Israel. Funny.
Yeah, it's very. See, this is where they don't want to get. Like I guarantee you, this is probably why they're in trouble. They don't want to get into these murky territories because then they're questioning U.S. foreign policy from a Christian perspective, which obviously we can't really do. I mean, they can have a hypothetical debate about it. They can't actually talk about the duty to reject, certain foreign policy. So.
Yeah, I can't believe like nobody asked him about his support for Trump or the other Zionists that he supports. Man, ask him the actual, as he says, performative contradiction and him supporting Zionists, yet saying that we ought not to support Zionists.
Understand my question.
Okay, what's the question?
The support of a group or organization by a government.
Yeah.
Look at the guy behind him. This totally weird looking dude behind him.
Is almost never because of some philosophical or theological alignment.
I totally agree.
It is pragmatic.
I think it is.
I think that your assertion that, your assertion that Israel is there to bring about the Antichrist because they support ridiculous dispensationalist nonsense in the United States is a bridge too far, in that they're supporting them because they bring, because they support and bring people to support and positively, toe the line for the Israeli state.
Then why do they make the claim that they're essentially biblical accelerationists?
Because they're trying to get biblical accelerationists to support them.
Oh, wow.
Biblical accelerationism ends in.
Well, I guess somebody else saw what I was getting at. That's fucking hilarious.
Stupidity, but
and Antichrist, right? Antichrist, yeah, the end of the world.
If you believe that eschatology is true, but if it's not, it just means ridiculous nonsense.
But we do believe that eschatology is true, that there will be an Antichrist, right?
Well, there is Antichrists, but
yeah, but I'm talking. I understand what you're saying.
But by the same definition of Antichrist, the Jewish state itself is Antichrist because it's not openly supporting Christ. The enemies of Israel are Antichrist because they are openly against Christ.
It's almost like we should not support either of them. Wow, great.
Yes.
Yeah, but he says that, but he's nervous as fuck. Look at his face right there. He's fucking nervous. He's like, shit.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with them, but what the other guy is saying is also true because you've painted yourself into a corner by declaring everyone's an Antichrist. So, it's kind of a weird situation at this point, because, who can you work with? And then how do you get your project of Christian nationalism going where you're going to transform the institutions from the inside out? Yeah?
See, that's exactly what I'm getting at. See, that's the real thing is like, if we're going to pick and choose sides anyways from a secular standpoint as Christians, I'm saying that, like, okay, let's just say that we have to do that because pragmatism, which is kind of what he's actually saying anyway. Okay, so what's our metric by which we're going to do that? See, and he won't even get into those type of hypotheticals either. It's like he's playing a dangerous game, and he just got caught with the accelerationism, I think. With the biblical accelerationism, I guess. Can you paraphrase what that guy just said with the biblical accelerationism? Because I must have missed a part of what he said.
What he said was that the Jays are only supporting this to get the accelerationists on their side.
Right.
Right. And what his point is that we don't really believe this, and that this is only to get these religious Jays on our side, or the religious people, because the Zionists don't believe this, really. They're atheists. You understand what I'm saying? So how do they get, the religious Jays, or those that follow the Talmud to the T, on their side? Well, they push accelerationism. I think that's what he's saying. Am I wrong?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think that is. Yeah, that's basically what he's saying. But it's funny, this whole biblical accelerationism, right? There's no need to invent this term. It's dispensationalism. Chileism. As Unseen has said. Also, Sabbateanism, right? So there's many different aspects of it, right?
But the Christian nationalism is pushing for the same thing.
Right.
It's
So
an
this is what's so
idealistic
funny.
worldview, and
Well-
this is what the Roman Catholics are pushing. This is what the communists are pushing. This is what
and
the
look at
Jays.
and look at the Groypers and the whole we hate Jays. Let's go and do Mean Mr. Mustache 2.0. Why are they doing that? Do you think that they actually believe they're going to get that done with Whitey as the rulers over the whole world and no? I mean, it's like it's I'm open to the argument. I mean, I would. I'm
They're
sure.
all focused on efficiency and worldly idealism, and they're nihilist, and they don't really believe in the spiritual aspects of what's going on, and that's why the demons are using them all to these different groups, all directed for the same cause, and they all don't realize they're going for the same cause, but they are.
Yeah.
Let the Christians in the Middle East die.
We can support Christians in the Middle East. We
No,
can
not-
even
not
get
like-
Christians in the
not
Middle
like
East
this.
out.
You're letting them die.
And we don't have to support Muslims or Jews to do it.
You're letting them die.
You're not letting them
You are
die.
literally letting the Christians in the Middle East die.
Okay.
By refusing to support the only state in the Middle
So
East.
this guy wants you to believe that people that are basically, almost wiped out of existence at this point, right? We're talking about the Palestinians, right? Literally crying about their dead children, right? Literally, I heard a story of one in Ohio, right, where, this lady has a son, 12-year-old son, who's amputated his other leg, right? He has one leg, okay, and it's her last son. Her other two sons died in a bomb attack, right? And this is all from Heal Palestine, right? The organization, right? Who's actually said that Gaza is the #1 place for child amputees, right? For children that are missing their arms and legs, right? Where they're blowing up children's hospitals, right? And this guy's saying, oh, let's say, hey, these guys are so murderous in murderous rage that if we don't supply weapons to the Jews, who are basically almost, taking over the political system of the U.S., right, with AIPAC and other such organizations, right? Go look at the study by Walton Mearsheimer, right, on the Israel lobby, right? These are real situations that they've talked about in history, right, about Israel controlling American politics. Okay, one of the top lobbies. Okay, they basically own the Republican Party, right? Haim Sabin funded Hillary Clinton, one of the Zionists, right? And Sheldon Adelson funded Trump, another Zionist. They literally funded both sides of the political parties in the United States, literally funded the entire political structure of the United States, right? But but the Muslims are so murderous that they're going to kill all of the Jews and all of the Christians if we don't help the Jews. This is what this guy wants you to believe. Anybody who actually believes what this man is saying is a fucking moron, yet he has 500,000 subscribers. 500,000 fucking subscribers for this fucking moron that wants you to believe that these people who are the #1 case of child amputees are gonna wipe out all the Jews and the Christians in the Middle East. Does anybody
I
believe this
appreciate you
guy's
guys.
fucking
I gotta
fantasy?
head out, but you're making a really good point right now.
Yeah, like what? Like what fucking fantasy? Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Blessings on you.
Later, guys. Peace.
Yeah. Well, Saban also funded the Power Rangers. Hashtag never forget. I'm sorry to make a joke there. I had to. Sorry.
What would
You know,
Zordon do? Right?
huh?
What would Zordon do? You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, again, yeah, exactly. Yeah, so, but you're making a good point. I think the thing is, they're saying like there's this pan-Arabist, pan-Islam. They're invading Europe. That's obviously what they're really trying to get at. They're trying to say like, well, they're invading Europe. Actually, no. What's happened is Western governments have invited them in to make room for greater Israel, while simultaneously starting proxy wars. That's the reality of the situation. That's not even like debated. Among anybody who studies, what's been going on the last 100 years in the Middle East. So, I mean, it's like we're literally conservatively 100 years deep into this project. So, I mean, it's like, it's just really laughable because they're basically saying, well, Islam's trying to take over the whole world. They almost did it, 1,000 years ago. They might succeed now. It's like, yeah, but it's like, why would you put a forward operating base, quote unquote, Israel, right in the middle of their territory in order to provoke them, and then go to war with them and use them as proxies for Russia, and then suddenly just invite them all in? I mean, it's like, okay, so what's the strategy there exactly? Like, that seems like not a good plan, but maybe I'm missing something.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that. I mean, like this is literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard, but this guy can't call it out. He just says, "Oh yeah, well we shouldn't support anybody," and blah blah blah. It's like what? Like makes sense, dude.
East where Christianity is thriving, according to the Christian organization Open Doors International, which tracks Christians and their oppression across the world. Andrew, I want to show you one thing.
1.8%.
I want to show you this.
1.8%.
I have a list here of world watch lists published by Open Doors International. Open Doors International tracks the oppression of Christians around the world.
Yeah.
The entire Middle East is marked here. Where do you think Israel ranks on this list of 70?
I'm sure it's way higher than a lot of the Muslim nations.
Where do you think?
Wait. So again, what's the metrics? What's the metrics by which you measure that? Again, it's like they're being oppressed, and so like, what's the time frame? What's the metrics by which you measure, quote unquote, oppression? I mean, is there any devout Islam government in the Middle East? Would you say there is? I don't think there. It's like is Israel the only theocracy in the world, or is it a secular government as well? You know what I mean? Like the way they're framing this without any context is like extremely irresponsible.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the reality of the situation is that the leaders of the Muslim countries have been put there by the IMF, banks, and they're totally controlled by the people. They get funding from the IMF, from the International Monetary Fund, and that's how they control who gets put in power there.
Yeah, and it's funny. It's also funny. Elon Musk got funded literally $40 billion by Saudi royalty, yet we're supposed to trust the X, thing. You know what I mean? It's like all these guys are hanging out in Dubai and UAE and all these other places, like doing business, Qatar. So like fucking Eric Prince of all people literally lives in an Islamic country, yet supposedly hates Muslims so much. I mean, it's like, come on, dude. I mean, it's literally mental retardation. It's like performative contradictions, one might say.
Yeah, but it's these guys are set up in those Muslim countries, these leaders of those countries, by the IMF banks to literally, kill any Muslim movement that starts in that country, and to gatekeep all of the little Islamic schools, to convert them into Wahhabi schools or whatever. And so this is literally the project, right? That Sodium and Israel and the IMF banks, have done there.
I don't know. Let's just say it's like number 8 zillion. Who cares?
Yeah, it's nowhere on the list.
Okay,
because among all the countries in the Middle East where Christians are brutally oppressed and which have a history of oppressing Christians, destroying Christian sites, diminishing Christianity, Lebanon was taken over as a Christian country, has been turned into a Muslim country where Christians are losing their rights day by day.
You're not arguing with a Muslim, dude.
Israel is the only nation that defends the rights of Christians, and you don't give a shit about them. You're letting them die.
Okay, so first of all, let me just respond. I got to respond to that one. First of all, inside of Israel, right? What is it, 1% or under 2% of who are actually Christians? You think that we can't remove them from that? We can. We definitely can. By the
Yeah, it used to be a much higher number, by the way. It used to be a much higher percentage of Christians living in Israel. It's dwindled, right? Because of the oppression of the Israelis.
Shockingly enough, there's not a lot of dispensationalists living in Israel, which is kind of funny. You think a lot of them would be signing up in droves, like, we got to go defend our thing, but instead they're actually all leaving. I mean, that's kind of isn't that a weird coincidence? Maybe we should send all the dispensationalists over to Israel and see how that goes.
Hang on. By the way, hang on.
Can
I finish, bro?
You don't want them to live.
Why am I not allowed to finish ever? Stop filibustering me, dummy. So real quick, we can assist Christians around the world and have tons of organizations which have assisted Christians around the world by not supporting Muslims or Israel. You can do both.
Why?
It's a bifurcation claim.
By the way, I want to actually say that this was the official America First position by the Groypers and Alex Jones. They literally got up there and said that, we can't take sides. We should stay neutral in the Israeli and Palestinian conflict. And he's taken that line. Right. So I just think it's very interesting. Right. It's very interesting that he take the same line that they were taking years ago.
Well, it's easy to take a stance that you have no actionable ability to do anything about anyways. I mean, it's kind of like, it's like, of course I can't. Of course I'll say that we shouldn't be involved in either one because I have no say whatsoever in the matter at all.
Right.
So,
Exactly. Right. Right. Like, yeah. Like I'm already a coward. Like, what do I need a backbone for? Like,
we must do one.
Why?
Because we have great reasons, biblical reasons, to not support a state which wants to usher in Antichrist.
Which protects Christians.
And
which protects Christians.
We can protect Christians too, Ridvan.
Are we doing it?
Yeah, we protect
we are
Christians
not.
here. What do you
we
mean?
are not protecting the Christians in the Middle East. They are dying. Your fellow Orthodox Christians are dying.
And do you think that the United States is hindering programs from people inside the United States to assist in the removal of Orthodox Christians from those areas? No.
yeah, I really want to hear the guy that looks like Bill Nye the Science Guy. Right? He's like creeping into the conversation here.
The truth is
they
that
do that?
right now Christians in Palestine aren't even allowed to leave Palestine, are they?
what's the occult meaning of green or white and orange? We got like cream soda and fucking like Mountain Dew over here. Like, what's the deal?
Okay, so
they're literally working in Israel right now.
Wait,
the population of Gaza, the Christian population of Gaza is below 1,000.
Who lets them go?
Because of the Palestinians.
Who lets them go?
Israel.
Israel. Okay, great. So what you're saying to me then is that we can take Christians out of Israel?
Why would you want to
and
remove
we can take
the Christians
out of
Israel?
Muslim nations?
The Christians are happy in Israel. According to the latest poll, 84% of Christians say they are.
I mean, like he just said, they're all being killed there. So they're happy there, but they're being killed there? Like, which one is it? It seems like pretty confusing.
Satisfied
What about the
with
Christians
life
in
in
Palestine?
Israel.
Are they satisfied?
They would be happier as well if Israel was in
Are they
charge.
satisfied right now?
No, they're not, because
No.
Muslims are in charge.
No, they're not.
Because terrorists are in charge.
Yeah, but here's
why
the-
would they be?
Oh, The Muslims are in charge of Israel, folks. That's news to me. I didn't know the Muslims were in charge there.
Well, also, like, since when is satisfaction the measure of, like, actionable isms, right? Like, it's like, okay, so, like, they're dissatisfied. Well, let's go in there marching and, get an extraction plan going. I mean, it's like, okay, so no fault divorce must be okay too, right?
But
Happy
here's
on
the
the
thing.
terrorism.
Here's the thing. Why can you tell me why it is that I have an obligation, some obligation to protect Jewish interests for the Jewish state instead of the Christian interests?
Well,
Let's give
Andrew,
let's
if
give EP a
you-
chance, and then we really do. We have to.
If you as a Christian do not care about the well-being of Christians in the Middle East or the well-being
ones
of
I just said we should
of
help.
the Jews.
Yeah, let's let Andrew finish, and we got to move on to the guy with the largest nose
well,
ever.
Well, and the other thing is, I also like, it's like also like Christians dying in the service of their faith are also martyrs. So it's like, we got to get in there and stop them from being martyrs real quick. I mean, it's like, come on. It's like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's a very like strange like set of principles that they're drawing upon. It's like nothing biblical whatsoever about it, by the way.
On the brink of extermination, I guess that's your problem, and to deal with
Yeah.
it when you are
Well,
in
okay,
front of
Ridvan.
God.
I guess if all you care about is placing Jews above everybody else,
Never
then
said that.
I guess if we're going to
Straw
strawman
man.
each other,
Straw man once again.
You have to move to the next question.
Okay, first of all, thank you so much for doing this in humble little Asheville.
What the hell? What a weird looking guy. Is that James Coon's father? What the hell? That looks like his dad. This is
That
so
looks like
weird.
probably the head dean of UNC Asheville, probably.
Yeah, holy.
And thank you for taking my question. Somebody ahead of me actually made the point that I wanted to make about, well, Jews existed prior to Israel, but I didn't want to look like I punked out and step out of line. So I reformulated my question to address Andrew's argument that I think.
Doesn't that guy look oddly similar to James Coons himself? Look at the hair. This is so creepy, man. This guy looks like James Coons.
What's that around his neck? That looks like a fucking snake.
Yeah, that does look really weird. It looks like he's got like some type of tusk.
It looks like what James Earl Jones was wearing when he's fighting Conan the Barbarian.
Yeah, this is a weird looking setup here. These two look like they're very similar.
Josh thought went too far, but then the person right in front of me just. So I'm going to try to formulate it this way because I agree Christians shouldn't support an ideology that may conflict with Christianity
Yeah, this guy's gonna give a speech, dude. It's question time.
wholeheartedly
and is growing.
But
right?
the pragmatic thing that, of course, I'll lose because I'm trying to be pragmatic, but 30 to 36% of people in the United States are socialist, support socialism, XYZ. The United States government has given tens upon tens of millions of dollars to socialist causes. Therefore, should we support America because America wants to start a socialist revolution?
Well,
by that
here's the thing.
token?
I would never make an ought claim, right? That Christians would have to support United States endeavors because it's the United States. I would never make that ought claim. He's making the ought claim.
But Russia, on the other hand, maybe. Sorry, I had to.
I'm almost getting the impression that Andrew Wilson was paid to lose this by stating that they're lumped in with the Antichrist just to make the people who say that arguments look very bad.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I agree. And then also the other thing is this: it's like, also it's like literally like I'm saying this to whoever wrote this psyop as a script. It would have been much better if you just had like Antifa actually there, and you had Handsome Truth and the GDL show up and start Zeke hailing in the middle of this Q&A. That would have been a lot better. So next time, guys, get that going.
Yeah, no kidding.
They're Jews. That's literally his ought claim. Two completely different paradigms.
Here is the issue, Andrew. Here's the issue.
This is all I can do in terms of response.
I'm just like on my third reformulation, but I appreciate it,
Yeah,
gentlemen.
no
Thank you so much.
We have to go to the next question because we're going to do rapid fire with these last guys.
Ought and should.
I slightly wanted to come back to a question that this young man, you brought it up.
We got the we grow. Hilarious. Right.
Let's go. But you were saying how it's safer for Christians to live in Israel, but Israel's been killing 3% of the Christian population in Gaza recently. You mentioned.
Oh, cold hard facts. Israel kills Christians. Get that straight. Right?
Earlier in your opening argument that the idea of Zionism is to coexist with one another, and maybe Theodore Herzl.
By the way, go look at Unseen Warfare's channel. The Moscow Patriarchy and all those people, they're responsible for killing Christians too. Sad to say, right? The church that was started by Stalin.
Didn't understand the idea of coexistence, but there's been plenty of paramilitary groups that have been attacking, during this region, during, the original ILets. Faster. You said you weren't going to reiterate propaganda, but Haji Amin was just one man. You know what I'm referring to?
That's what's so funny is that if you go to like the Orthodox Church, you go to the Orthodox Church Authority, it's literally started by the group of people that was responsible for killing millions of Christians in Holodomor, right? And then you have the Saudi Arabians. They were responsible for killing so many Arabs, Muslims, right, to get in power. So it's like the Muslim Authority and the Christian Authority is literally set up by people who love to kill Muslims and Christians.
Yeah, it's like looking. Look, if you want to know like what killed a lot of Christians, how about World War I, World War II? Completely genociding, Europeans from, the Atlantic to the Pacific Oceans. I mean, whatever. I mean, it's like, I mean, that's but see, that's the thing is that was the Great War to end all wars. Don't you see? But whatever.
Yeah, but this flipping white Negro's laying it down here. I mean, this is crazy.
Here's the issue. You are once again influenced by the propaganda, which I see, which is why I brought this up to Andrew Wilson and said that if we have a list tracked by a Christian organization, do you trust your fellow Christians? Open Doors International is a Christian organization which tracks oppression of Christians around the world. According to their data, despite the fact that they report on every single instance of Christian oppression, even in Israel, if it happens.
By the way, I wanted to show, he literally posted David Horowitz on his page earlier. So let me show this. This is crazy stuff. He's reposting David Horowitz. He's literally funded by David Horowitz. Right? I'll bet you anything. Right? The same guy that David Wood is funded by, right?
Who is that? Apostate, whatever the face?
Yeah. Yeah, see, look at this. David Horowitz, James Lindsay, anti-communist. One of the most amazing moments of this sort ever caught on film. So look at this. James Lindsay is posting this. So think about that. David Horowitz brilliantly exposes an Islamist student's true intentions. Crazy. Wild stuff. But yeah, they're reposting Zionists right there on their channel.
Israel is not listed among the countries where there is Christian oppression. So if people are dying in the middle of a war, if people are dying in the middle of a war, then does that really mean that it is Israel that is oppressing them? No, they are in the middle of a war. Do you know how many Christians died in this war so far?
Why did Israel support Hamas?
What?
Why did Israel support Hamas?
Why did Israel support Hamas? What are you talking about? No, it's not new to me. Israel did support the the forerunners of Hamas before Hamas came into existence, because they thought that this was a charity organization, which they marked themselves as. It then turned into a terrorist organization. The only thing that happened afterward is that Netanyahu came up with this brilliant policy for which he has been heavily criticized, where he said, if Qatar wants to send funds to Hamas, I will just allow the funds to reach Hamas because this could prevent them from violently attacking us. That's the only capacity to which Israel has supported Hamas. If you want to rely on lies and don't want to listen to the truth here, I'm not sure what to tell you.
I got caught in 4K exposing Netanyahu's fucking plot. Okay, where the Hamas is controlled opposition for the fucking Israelis, just like I said they were. And he turns a blind eye to them being funded by the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council, and the Saudi Arabians, and they literally fund Hamas, and he allows it to happen, and then they go, "Oh yeah, but."
I guess that guy won't be getting any Fox News contracts anytime soon.
Damn, that was really bad for them.
Good evening. Thank you guys for coming. Quickly to the other two gentlemen about the other two gentlemen that talked about like if a government supports like a foreign organization, that means that they believe in what the organization is saying. Not that we should support it, but I don't think it's fair to claim that Israel supports like the whole messianic like ideology of the temple organization, but America didn't support or it doesn't believe in like they just recently admitted that they were supporting like Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, all these. I don't think they believe that they should establish like America should establish like caliphates in these little areas like based off of these organizations. That's my question, which is not, it's not like a big disagreement.
What's the question though?
Like, do you think it's fair to assume that Israel supports the Messianic movement if other governments like America supported like Al-Shabaab and these other Islamic...
The government's becoming the Messianic movement in Israel. That's becoming that. So it's growing by leaps and bounds. Benjamin Netanyahu had to get in good. They had to get in good with these people politically. So the truth of the matter is like, if you look at it, that organization is growing to become the government. That's literally growing to become it. He can cope about it, but he'll have to admit it's been growing, not shrinking.
I don't want to thank you for the response. And then just a quick question to you. Okay, so yeah, you say that Israel is like, important in supporting Christians.
Yeah, the apostate prophet guy is playing a crazy game where he'll say the Jews are the Jews from the Bible whenever he wants to use them like that. But then when it's part of the messianic stuff, he'll say, well, that's not the Jews. Right? So he's kind of doing this sort of true Scotsman thing, where he's got this idealized version of what a Jew is that he could use for all of his arguments. Right? And it's just, it's kind of weird.
I wonder what a cult system that's from.
Right.
Abroad. Israel supported many dictators that have persecuted Christians, like in Nicaragua, for example, funded 90% of their military to kill 50,000 Nicaraguans, which there could be Christians in that group. And Angola did the same thing by supporting 3 of the rebel groups fighting in the country by switching sides each time and increasing the violence against Christians. This is apparent everywhere, even in my home country of Eritrea. Even in my home country of Eritrea, Israel trained a bunch of the commandos. Not only that, they ended up. Do you think? With this information, do you think that Israel? Do you think that Christians should still support Israel despite abroad?
What you're basically asking me is because Israel makes certain mistakes in the past, does this mean we should support Israel? I would just ask the same question to make a very similar point about America. America did a lot of pretty bad things in the past, in pretty messed up things. Does that mean that America is altogether a bad nation? Does that mean America is undeserving of our support and solidarity? No. Israel just as well may have done in the past certain things that are unacceptable. Does that mean Israel is undeserving of our support and our help? No.
Let's go to the back. Sorry, we've already gone over time for the Q&A, so I do want to jump into the actual closings. You have 3 minutes for each speaker, starting with Apostate Prophet. The floor is all yours.
Yes, so this did go a little bit as I thought it would go, which is that Much of what I brought up in my opening speech, much of the argument has been left unaddressed by my opponent, Andrew Wilson, whereas I answered to very much every single thing that he brought up in one way or another. He didn't like my responses, but that's just his issue. He doesn't like it when he gets responses that don't make sense to him. He didn't answer my issues about the threats that face the world with Israel going extinct. I'm an ex-Muslim.
This is you trying to.
Oh God, what the hell? This is literally the first commercial we got. This is incredible.
In an environment and in a system where people preach day and night that if the Jews, who are the enemies, are defeated, then the Christians are next. There is a saying in the Middle East that goes, first the Saturday people, then the Sunday people. I'm not joking. Don't trust me. Go online and Google the phrase, okay? Use Google. Google the phrase, first the Saturday people, then the Sunday people. You will be shocked by what you will find out.
Yeah,
Because what you will
yeah.
find
Go Google "one shot, two kills" the IDF T-shirt where they got a pregnant Muslim lady on the T-shirt in the crosshairs. Right? Come on, dude. Like, what are you talking about? You support baby killers, right? Somebody tell this guy to shut the fuck up. I mean, honestly, I'm an ex-Muslim. You get paid by Jays to lie to Christians, right?
out is that this is a common sentiment in the Middle East that once the Muslims are done with the Jews, they would go to the Christians and oppress them as well. Because Islam is not able
What are you talking about? What the hell are you talking about? I thought he said that in the end, the Muslims are gonna, like get all the Jays, right? So if that's the end of the road, right, is to get rid of all the Jays, right? Then what is he talking about? And never mind the entire plan that I showed you from the book of Isaiah, okay, or Tikkun Olam, or the entire Jewish plots for world domination, right? He's trying to flip it and say it's a Muslim plot for world domination. Literally, some of the most oppressed people on the planet. Right?
religion that is about coexistence. It is a religion about dominating and massacring populations. I am an ex-Muslim. I have the death penalty on me for leaving Islam. I know exactly how Muslims think, how they feel. If Israel were to fall, the euphoric rise.
Right. You're right. He's grifting and asking for $30,000 because his house is going to be blown up by Muslims. And he's living safe. He's living fat, off the fat of the land. Right. And he keeps crying about how people are going to, get rid of him or whatever. We've gotten death threats here at the Machine Lives. Right? And nobody's sending us $30,000 to go move to a new house or anything like that. So, what world do these people live in? Right? When their personal safety is in question, everybody needs to rally around and support them. Right? When they get paid by Jews to lie to Christians.
Of Muslims to once again reestablish this sick order, which was only, by the way, stopped by Christian Western people by force. It will arise again, and it will threaten the entire region. It will threaten Christians as well. Not supporting Israel here in this case, because some people are paranoid about Jews and about Zionism and all that.
How did Christians stop Islam if there's a danger of Islam conquering the world at this point? Like what? Like you just said there's a danger of Muslims conquering the world. So how do the Christians stop them? Like what are you talking about? Like you just said we have to support the Jews or else the Muslims are going to kill all the Christians. So he can't even get his like facts straight.
Supporting the Islamists who want to take over. The very people who are fighting against Israel say very openly, I gave you the sources, that once they're done with the Jews, then the next goal will be to reestablish the caliphate and start from there. You think this is just some...
Yeah, the caliphate that protected Jews and Christians. Like, what are you talking about? St. John Chrysostom lived under the caliphate. Maimonides lived under the caliphate. Like, what's this guy smoking? Like, does he not know that millions, perhaps, over 1,000-year period of Jews and Christians lived under the caliphate and they didn't get wiped out? Like, what is he even talking about? But the Zionists literally killed almost all the Christians and the Muslims that were living there until they're almost all fucking eliminated, dwindled down to like 1% of the fucking population. What world is this guy living in?
Possibility. This is what they're aiming for. Why in the world would anybody support that by refusing to help those who are fighting against that? Israel, if you don't care about Jews, if you don't care about the Bible, if you don't care about God, if you don't care about Paul, care about a little bit of logic, care about the Christians there, don't allow the dam that is preventing the flood from coming in to break. Support those people that are holding back the masses of barbarians that not only want the extermination of Jews that people are obsessed with, but also the extermination of all the other people in the region. You are allowing them into your countries. You are allowing them to rape your people. And now you're also allowing them to defeat the only ones who actually have the balls to stand against them. Good job.
So the white people are to blame, right, for supporting Islam, right? This is essentially what he's saying, right? None of the Jews who've, basically indiscriminately killed the Muslims and the Christians, they're not to blame for anything.
Well, see, this is what I was going to get into. Like, that's what I think this is actually about. This is actually about framing white people and Muslims as the problem. That's really what it's about. And also simultaneously bifurcating us so we can't make any alliances, right? That's really, it's about driving a wedge between white Christians and Islam, essentially. That's what it's really about, in my opinion. That's what it's about.
Yeah, but it's weird what he just said. He said the white people are to blame for letting the Muslims in, right? The Muslims are going to kill the Christians, right? Even though the Jews who literally killed the Christians and the Muslims that are living in Palestine, right? They're not to blame for anything. Did I just get that straight? This is just incredible rhetoric from him. Right? And does he think that this is actually a good argument at all? He's going channel to channel espousing this argument, right? Literally getting paid by Jews and
it's manufacturing evidence. He's basically manufacturing evidence in order to set up the evidence needed to get the new talking point, which is basically going to be, really what this is like they're basically trying to get all the woke people to support Islam and simultaneously blame white people as the mean bad people, along with Israel. So they're basically trying to get Whitey and Israel to be on one team, and woke and Muslims on another side, which doesn't seem to make any sense. But I have a suspicion that there is some sort of larger reason why they're doing that, and I'm not exactly sure what that is, but
yeah, because he just said previously said if you're going to blame Israel for all the atrocities that they've committed, you might as well blame America for all the atrocities that they've committed too. He literally said that earlier. So, yeah, guys, pay attention to the rhetoric here. This guy's happy to move to Israel if things don't go very good in this country. I mean, basically, is what he's telling everybody.
Thank you very much for that closing. We'll kick it over to Andrew for his 3-minute closing as well.
Yes, I think that that's a really effective closing argument against a Muslim. But the thing is that I'm not a Muslim, and I am not a supporter of Islam in any capacity. And he ends it with a false binary again. If you, Andrew, don't support Israel, that means you support Islam.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That has nothing to do with the actual debate. There's nothing to, like, it's not even a question. Right? Obviously, Andrew Wilson has done his own duty of obfuscating the point to talk about moral justifications instead of the topic at hand. Right? But now, I mean, like, what does this have to do about supporting, Muslims? It's about supporting Zionism.
No, but that's what he's saying. He's saying if you don't support Zionism, you support total inward death by Muslims against everybody else. That's what he's saying. That's basically, I mean, people can't detect what's really going on here, but that's what's going on. He's basically doing like he's doing a inverted right-wing triple layer joke comedy skit meme against whites and Muslims by saying you're suicidal, or sorry, we can't say that. You're whatever. You're you know what I'm saying. You're a crazy, inward that just wants to off yourself because you don't support this one. You don't support the thing, basically. So he's like, so now he's got the badge. He's got his badges, right? Badge number 1, I used to be a Muslim. My life's in danger. No, badge number 2, oh, I'm a Christian, just like you guys. So it's like, that this is what, this is what's going on. He's putting together like a super meta troll meme out into reality right now. That's what's going on. Spinning his little web. That's what he's doing.
Boy, that's genius. I haven't heard that from every political party since I was a kid. If you don't support us, you support the death of the elderly. If you don't support us, you support abortion. If you don't support us, you support A, B, and C. Totally false dialectics, false binaries, and lies. Here's the truth, right? The truth is that the West is the ones who already enable the fact that Islam can't spread. The West is the fact that's already doing this by his own admission. We must support Israel. Why? Because they're the ones who are stopping this. That means the West is necessary in a component to stopping this. So let's assume for a second that every single Jewish person tomorrow left Israel, just packed their bags and they left. And all the Christians moved in and stayed.
Yeah, he basically just admitted that we support Israel to thwart Islam or something like that, right? Which is very strange.
Well, which is again the status quo narrative. That is the status quo narrative. Like, even if you don't like the Jays and you're not a Christian, they're the bulwark against the hordes of Islam. And so I'm kind of curious to see what his argument here about replacing all of Israel with Christianity.
Dead because they have a lot of attachment to the Holy Land. Are you saying that their interests wouldn't be preserved there by them also against Islam? Of course it would. That's what makes this a false binary choice. You don't have to support either. I don't need to support Islam, and I don't need to support a Jewish ethno-state either, Ridvan, that has prophecies for Antichrist it's trying to fulfill. I don't need to support either. Totally unnecessary for me to support either with my tax dollars. Totally unnecessary for me to support either in order to stop Islam. By the way, I just am going to point out the historic standard. Israel hasn't been around for very long. the reestablished nation of Israel, and the West.
So his closing statement's going to be about Islam too. So very interesting. The ending conclusion of the debate is not about whether we should support Zionism or not, but about whether we should oppose Islam. See, this is exactly what I said. You know, they're here to gatekeep a specific issue, right? And that's how we should respond to Islam, right? None of this debate actually has to do about supporting Jews or not. They're lukewarm on that issue. They don't care if you support Jews or not.
Yeah, and again, like I don't want to keep stretching this out too far because, like, I see a much larger chessboard, to quote Brzezinski as well. It's like, really what they could do is say, well, like, how about Russia, Western Europe, and America just be white Christian nationalists and it's the world to do whatever the fuck they're going to do. See, they won't even say that, right? No, we have to have a global economy. We have to have a global technological system. We have to have a, you know, we have to be involved in what's going on in the Middle East regardless, right? Like, to defend from Islam is very easy. Let them do what they're going to do wherever they're at, and don't do trade with them and don't bring them to your country. Like, we have literally the Pacific Ocean and the Atlantic Ocean between us, right? So what does America have to worry about, essentially, right? Like, you know, until they have their, you know, like again, like, is Saudi Arabia going to take over the entire world, you know, in the next 50 years? I don't think so, right? So what exactly is the fear of Islam taking over, right? I mean, defending a territory is pretty easy, you know? So it's like, again, it's just this kind of weird alarmism. And again, I'm not saying that there's not a real threat of it, maybe in 100 years or something. I mean, as of right now, I don't see what they're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, we're literally bringing them. I mean, we, as in the United States and the West, is literally opening the door for them. It's not like they're, I mean, I guess you could argue they're coming illegally, but I mean, once they're found, they're like, you know, housed and clothed and supported to be there. So it's like, you know, obviously it's not perceived as a threat by the governments of what the West, which, you know, supposedly they're a threat to Israel, yet when they're right next door to, you know, a billion of them, or, you know, more, you know, half, let's just say conservatively 250 million of them, right? But then when you're in your home country and your government's opening the doors to them, well, they're a threat because they're a threat to Israel. It's like, okay, so like it's kind of like a very weird mental jujitsu they're doing, like, you know, tying the fate of Israel to quote unquote the West, I guess, yeah.
Has been kicking the shit out of Muslims for about 1,000 years. Just want to point that out. About 1,000 years of kicking total shit out.
Yeah, I mean, they kicked the shit out of them so bad that they lost Constantinople, like the main capital of the Orthodox. Like, what are you talking about, dude? Like, you know what I mean? You know, you've been hiding behind small hats, right? Who've actually been doing the main heavy lifting, right? You sent a few guys in there, right? They're obviously the lapdogs of Israel. The U.S. is the lapdogs of Israel. This guy doesn't want to admit it. He follows the Zion Don, Trump, right? Who's totally in line with Israel. Okay, and he installed the Shabbat Lubavitch guy for the anti-Semitism czar. And now this guy's cowering that he's going to lose his platform because he did a Zionism debate. And this clown thinks that he's going to form an opposition against either Jews or Muslims. Come on, dude. Like, you're going to stick to debating the prostitutes on the other channel that they allow you to be on.
But again, I think it's like one of these things where it's like, who does America work for? who has Europe been working for the past, at least 500 years? Is it white Anglos conquering the world for their own enjoyment? I mean, last time I checked, like white Anglos aren't doing so well. You know what I mean? So, again, this like thing that we're endangered by Muslims, which we haven't really had any significant, interaction with for quite a while since, Constantinople. Like,
Daddy,
we haven't really had any major
I
wars
wanna
except for
go
like
Mama.
the Ottomans and stuff like that, right?
Out of Islamics all over the place when it comes to them spreading their ideology. This includes when they were encroaching in Europe, which they did. They got thrown out of there, right? I would say the destabilizing agent inside the Middle East, you could make the argument, could be Israel for why there's so many of these displaced Muslim refugees moving into Western nations to begin with. You can easily make that argument. Now, would I don't even think that's necessary.
See,
That is
yeah.
a step too far. But the point is
Wait, whoa. See, wait a second. See, he just admitted that the whole thing is for greater Israel, but he's like, that's a step too far. I don't need to make that argument, even though it's true. So he gave it lip service to say that don't say the truth. Don't take that one step too far. Let's not be unreasonable here. I mean, come on, dude. That means he literally just admitted that the West colludes with Israel to destabilize Islam. That's what that's in a lawyer way. That's what he just said, right? So.
Is a false binary choice. And that's all he gives you. Never, ever trust the argument of a person who says, if you don't support this, that means you support that. That's pure rhetoric. It's illogical. It's fallacious. Every argument from Ridvan was fallacious. He said he addressed my arguments. I wrote them premise form, never addressed a single argument, ever. When I asked him, and I want you to take this last thing away with my closing, I asked Ridvan point blank, do you think that we should support the nation of Israel, even knowing that 30% of the population there and growing, right, wants Antichrist? And his answer point blank, and I'll clip it and put it out for those who don't believe me, was yes. Unequivocally, yes. Well, I have a different point of view. No, I'm not going in any capacity to support Antichrist or Islam. I can have my
As he
cake.
throws up 666
So,
as he
that's
does it.
Conclude. We appreciate you, gentlemen. Thank you very
Did
I
you
mean,
notice
that's such
that? He threw up the 666 sign.
Yeah, I did, and it's also that's an incredibly weak argument. I know that, like, on the surface, like, it seems like, oh, I'm Christian, I don't want to support Antichrist. But I mean, again, like, that one of the people in the crowd tried to point that out, even though I don't agree with that person either. But it's like that's a very like that's like a very gotcha like argument, like, oh, that's Antichrist, and it's like duh. but by that statement, that means literally they're doing heresy out in the open and on a political level. So I mean, it's like maybe that's why he got in trouble, because he's basically drawing a line between heretical beliefs and political action. Maybe that's what he got in trouble for. So.
Yeah, because notice he said when he brought up Antichrist, he said more Christians support the Antichrist idea than Jews. Right? He said more Christians support the Antichrist idea than Jews actually living in Israel. Right? So he said that. So when he's talking about Antichrist, he's talking about Christians, and then when he's talking about the idea of Islam, right? We know what he's talking about, right? So he said, I don't support Antichrist or Islam. But the debate is about if you support Zionism. Why did he not say, I don't support Zionism or Antichrist? I don't support Zionism or Islam? I don't support Antichrist or Zionism. Like, why didn't he say any of that stuff? The debate is about whether you support Zionism or not. He said, I don't support Antichrist or Islam, is what you have to say. Really weird. Left Zionism totally out of it at the end there.
Very much. Give him a round of applause, folks.
All right, that's it.
Sorry, I just need to make sure everyone hears my round of applause.
Yeah, now here's the cope when they called him a Nazi for what he said.
Do about a 30-second lag.
Yeah, you can hear him.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Yeah. What's going on, Andrew?
What's up, man? So, bit of backbiting, huh? Bit of backbiting.
A little bit.
It's pretty interesting. I started this debate by having everybody in that room get on their feet and give a standing ovation to Ridvan for his conversion, right?
Yeah.
All of them. Big, long round of applause. And he later called those people Nazis. He later called them Nazis. These people who were clapping for his conversion to Christianity, he called them Nazis.
Right.
It's like I was super duper charitable to this guy and to David Wood. We took him out to dinner. We were super nice to him. He got to meet everybody who came up. Said they were all great people while I was here. He said it was a ton of fun. It was a ball. You know what I mean? Second he gets home, that's when he's going to start talking all kinds of shit with David Wood. And so what they said was, well, Andrew's a big boy and he can take it. Well, David Wood, he was a big boy in prison. I'm pretty sure he took it there. I'm pretty sure he took it a lot. I'm pretty sure he took it a lot on that prison room floor. But here's the thing, right? It's like they're big boys too, and they.
So there's Wilson accusing David Wood of being raped in prison. Pretty childish stuff right there.
They can take it back. Yeah, and it's funny. What's happened is I can see what's going on, right? It's like I've always been super duper charitable to Christians in the space, always. And this is a minutia disagreement over whether or not there's an ought claim for Christians to support the actual political ideology of Zionism. It has nothing to do with hating Jews or the JQ or anything like it. It has nothing to do with any of that. But I can clearly now see that they're attempting to try to formulate this as though we're part of some other groups or something like this, just completely making shit up as they go, completely making it up. So the thing is like fuck these guys. We've been nice enough in this space.
There's Wilson claiming that he's not associated with the Groypers, even though on many instances, with the Jay Dyer and Alex Jones, right? You got other ideas where, obviously Rachel Wilson, very supportive of America First, right? So much so that I guess there was a whole thing where she was going to auction her daughter off to the Groypers, right? So, I mean, they were very much in support of America First in the past, right? Right, and the whole Groyper situation in the past. Then they had a little rift with them, and then they got back together with them, right? So it's kind of weird that he's now distancing himself from the Groypers, right, at this stage, because this debate went bad for him, so he's got to distance himself from the Groypers.
And these people, none of these people have been very good back to us. Sam Shimon, not very good to us. None of these people have been very good. And it's like, I didn't get a chance to really start bludgeoning these fuckers before I had to leave on this trip. You know what I mean? But that's coming. Like I'm going after all these fucks. Every one of them is they're just a bunch of backbiting fuckheads. And it turns out no matter how good you are to them, they will not allow any disagreement whatsoever. They just won't allow it, right? It's either you're going to agree with everything we say or else, right? We will smear you, besmirch you, attempt to make it seem like you're part of some fucking JQ organization, bullshit like that. Fuck these people. We're coming.
Yeah.
Tell them. Say, hey, AP's wife, you tell that fat little fuck we're coming. You tell that fat little fuck we're coming, and you tell that prison rape David Wood we're coming for him too. And you guys can go.
So just before this show, he's coming for them, and then during the show, he's got to apologize to them. Pretty weird.
Go fuck yourselves. All of you can go fuck yourselves because we were super duper nice to you, and all you did was show the claws. So okay.
Yeah.
All right, game on.
Yeah. Yeah, there was
Game
a
on.
big. I understand like an after party where you can still talk smack in here and there. We all do that and have fun. But in the end, it's like when you show good faith that you want a good debate and you could have a beer after. And that's a fun thing when you can have that. And honestly, I mean,
We did. That's
shown
exactly what
right,
happened.
right.
We ended the debate with a hug and a hey, so AP, it's really funny too. Like AP comes to me afterwards and he's like, this is the toughest debate I ever had. And what do you say to that, right? So I was like, yeah, you gave me a lot of trouble too. It was fucking easy. It was easy. I didn't have any trouble with this guy at all. He wasn't a problem. I never thought he was going to be a problem. But what happens is that I'm chronically underestimated because their stupid fans go to him and say, he only debates with OnlyFans girls, which is hilarious, right? It's hilarious. I'm taking on the biggest debate names in the sphere. And that's all that they can.
That's too funny. He got, basically called a nonsense debater for showing up on the whatever show. And look at Jim Bob's face because now he's going on the same show. He's like, I'm not. Yeah. I think what Shabruta was saying is right about Jim Bob being next in line. This might be, Andrew Wilson's version of Exit Stage Left,
Say so it's like fuck these people, dude. You show a huge amount of charitability and you try to keep the peace, and the next thing you know, they're coming in and saying that you're part of some fucking Graper army or you're part of some JQ club or something like that. It's all to lie, besmirch you, and also that's part of the deplatforming campaign. Get people deplatformed. Fuck these people.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's just to come in and call people groypers. I pointed out that that's the interesting thing about this particular topic is that the debate is actually about basically kind of a state that's owed, or a place that's owed to a lineage of people. And so that's interesting is that the groypers, their rhetoric is like a sort of a white centered society, and then in a sense it's the same type of argument, which is just reflective of this argument. And so I'm like, it's kind of funny to be called a groyper when that's reflective of their defense of Zionism. What's funny about the J blood thing is that even though that was rhetorical on your part, it still ended up being kind of the cornerstone of the argument. Like they laughed at it because it was fun. It was rhetoric, but it was like, it was effective because even in their post-debate stream, they're talking about, you heard Inspiring Philosophy. He literally just said that the Eucharist, basically the main component of the Eucharist is that it's Jew blood. Like that was his
right. That's blasphemy. Right.
Yeah, so that's pretty shocking that Inspiring Philosophy essentially said that you know, the Eucharist is Jew blood, right? Especially you know, after reading Hebrews and the whole idea of sacrificing, you know, and the whole Yom Kippur and the atonement sacrifice ritual, you know, so I just think that that is just wild stuff, right? They're taking a very, very Jewish take on, you know, interpretation of the Old and New Testament there, right? So, I mean, it's just noted. I mean, I didn't know that that's how Inspiring Philosophy felt, but Inspiring Philosophy also, you know, he seems obsessed with Islam, right? So this is another feature of his presentations, right?
So, and if you were to make the comparison, if you were to make the comparative analysis, you say, okay, then it would it be the same if you drank the blood of a random Jewish person
Right.
as when you take the Eucharist?
Right.
Answer no. Well, then that's not an argument, you stupid fuck. That's
Yeah,
not an argument.
That's right.
So but the biggest problem is that I came armed with 4 logical arguments. He came armed with no logical arguments. He gave us a history lesson.
Yeah.
Not a logical argument for why Christians ought to support Zionism, this political ideology.
Mm-hmm.
He just never gave the ought for that, right? And that's the end of the debate.
Yeah.
Now, is that a harder position? Yeah, it's a harder position to give the ought. But I could have taken the neutral stance and just said, well, he never gave me any oughts.
Yeah.
That's the end of the debate.
Yeah.
But even in good charitability there, I gave 4 ought nots. 4 ought nots.
Yeah.
So yeah, fuck that, dude. And all of this over what? Over the fact that this guy lost the debate he's coping about. These guys are, and what it is they're so used to dealing with Islamicists.
Mm-hmm.
They think that they're going to get everybody on their side because they usually deal with Islamic people who are insane.
Mm-hmm.
And they humiliate them. And we all laugh because that's what you do, because Islamic people are fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's it. This
Another moronic statement. When this guy debated against the Daniel Hakikaju guy, he lost badly. I'm talking about apostate prophet, because he was proving, he was arguing for atheism or secularism, right? So at that time he got defeated badly, right? So when he was facing the Muslims he was facing, right, he just turned Christian a week ago, right? So when were the Christians fighting against the Muslims? Right, when David Wood debated all the Muslims that he debated, he did not, obtain staggering victories in those cases. Right, he's better doing his little reaction show, to be honest. Right, he's not like one of the top debaters for like the Calvinists or the, Judeo-Christian sect. Like they don't like put him up there. I mean, so yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. That these guys won a bunch of debates. Right? None of these guys have won a bunch of debates.
This is a whole different deal. I'm not an Islamicist. I'm an Orthodox Christian baptized, good standing in the church, right? I could dissent against Zionism.
Yeah.
And if you come after
Right. You're an Orthodox Christian. They got Christian bones buried in the back of the fucking church. Right? How are you going to defend the fucking Christianity like against everyone? Like, what are you talking about? What are the Orthodox Christians who have a lot of property in Israel? What are they doing? Right? What is Putin doing? Right? Other than basically support Messianic Judaism, as we've seen. So what is this guy talking about? Right? How's being an Orthodox Christian going to help you fight Zionism? He's not proved any of this entire time.
me, they come. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Like, let's do it. But It doesn't tend to work out for people well when they do that. It just doesn't tend to work out well. They tend to get fucking absolutely trashed, destroyed, humiliated because it's just a bad way to go. But
I
why?
wanted to-
But what? It doesn't even have to happen. We were
Yeah.
super charitable to these people.
Yeah, no, you could have you could keep this going and like basically have a thriving interaction with these positions and these people in a fun way. And you still talk shit, by the way. I'm not opposed to us talking shit to people and being people making fun of me all the time. It's fine. It's just that there's a different element going on here, which you pointed out already. I want to run this by you, Andrew, because I don't know if it came up maybe once or twice in the debate. I'm going to read these premises that I asked them, and they sort of went after me for asking this or presenting this argument. Premise 1 is Israel has the right to defend itself. Premise 2, if the U.S. doesn't help, they can't defend itself, which, to be fair to me, is a commonly used rhetorical position from like Ben Shapiro and stuff. They basically say if you don't support X, X will die. That's their. And David Wood used this in his first counter to the first super chat I sent. He said, Israel is bleeding in the streets. Do you help them? Okay, that's a need. That's not they could use the help. That's they will die if they don't get help. So they rejected premise 2 of this argument. But the problem is in the debate, even against in the debate, AP said essentially took the position that they need our help. Like they're surrounded. This kind of he wasn't super clear about it, but the rhetoric.
Well, hang on. This starts with a false dichotomy to begin with. What if we change the argument this way? Premise 1, if Israel abandoned Israel, could they move to the Western nations? Could 10 million Jews disperse into the Western nations? The answer, yes. So therefore, we could develop premises off of this to say that they're not actually surrounded. They're not actually, it's not actually necessary. It's only necessary to defend them if we grant that we need to assist them with fighting for this particular piece of land. That's it, right? But what if the position was, what happens if Israel just abandons Israel? What happens if the Jews just abandon it?
Right.
Are they still under threat? Are they still going to be attacked by Islamicists? Are they still going to get killed in the street? The answer is, well, no. Right? So it's a false dichotomy on its face, isn't it?
Yeah.
What happens if they just abandon it to move into the West?
Yeah, I mean everybody left me, so I think I'm just gonna end this show because nobody's here anymore. So yeah, we'll watch this tomorrow when maybe some of the homies are here. You know what I mean? Because I was gonna come back tomorrow anyways. So we'll be back tomorrow at about 7 p.m. Right? We were here yesterday too. So if you guys missed yesterday's show, we broke down the entire debate. Andrew Wilson on Zionism. I presented some information at the beginning for an hour. Right? So there's lots of information there for you guys, right? To consider and look over. Right? It's basically sundown on my end. Right? I'll continue watching this video with you guys. At a later tomorrow, right? Right, it's fine. We still got this alternative channel. So we'll be back tomorrow. We got the homie here. Yeah, blessings.
Yeah, sorry. I was yeah, I just wanted to say sorry. I had a bunch of calls and I'm just kind of busy at the moment, but
no, it's all good.
No, it's very telling too because it's like I don't know. I can already see how it's like you said, it's like it's all about being deplatformed. It's all about it's like, oh, we can have a beer with these guys even though they're like literally, blaspheming our religion. They just converted a week ago and then David Wood's like, oh, we're Christians, but Zionism's no problem. It's like but we can still have a beer with them and laugh about it. It's like what? So, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I wouldn't sit down with people that I disagree with either, but I'm just saying it's a pretty serious thing, issue that they're discussing, right? It's not like, well, you like pizza and I like ice cream or something, right? Like, and again, it's just funny. It's like that, if it's really true that they're going to try to like deplatform him or call him a neo-Nazi. I mean, what do you expect? I mean, it's like he should know better than anybody. He knows Richard Spencer. He knows all the same people that I followed, right? Like, and he's actually probably met them, right? So it's like funny that he's acting so shocked that people would do this to him, including on his own side, because that's exactly what the whole alt-right did to each other for 12 years now, or whatever. Yeah, basically 10, 12 years now. Like, where all these people pretend that they're doing one thing and then they set you up and get you put in prison or get you whatever, you know what I mean? Or, get you deplatformed, basically erase that you ever, wrote a book or that you ever whatever, right? I mean, it's like they've been doing this to each other for 10 years. And so now they're doing that to Christianity too, by say so before it was like, people on the new right wing were doing this to each other. Now it's totally different. Now it's like, okay, we're going to do the same thing as the alt right, but we're going to make it a Christian thing rather than a racial geopolitical thing, right? But now as soon as you start bringing up geopolitical stuff back into it, now you're just going to see a whole nother redux, and all these people are going to get burned, and again, this should not be a surprise to Andrew Wilson. I mean, he literally saw the alt right do this to each other, like, for years. So I mean, I don't know exactly what's going on, but it's maybe he did get blindsided. Maybe he didn't see it coming. Maybe he didn't realize that you know there's a little bit larger geopolitical game going on here. And I think I got into some of it today, but definitely I think I'm actually going to try to get Pill Eater to join too if I can, because I think, like, this is a very interesting, like, pivot. Like, this is they're doing a lot of these, but I'm just saying, like, it seems that there's a much wider pivot now that Trump's doing all the things that he's doing. Like, there's definitely another pivot coming where it's like, anti-Semitism bad, but again, why do they do that? Like, they opened it up Wild Wild West style for anti-Semitism for a long time. Now they're going to clamp back down on it. Why? Because, well, it's either one, they really are losing ground, or two, they need to make it appear that they're losing ground in order to get the next shoe to drop, which, you know, what's that going to mean? I think it's probably going to be they're going to flood America with a bunch of Islam or something. And why? And again, why? Because then they can say what they've always wanted to do, which is to say that the rednecks and the Muslims are on the same side and they hate Jays and they're whatever. So I don't know exactly what they're trying to do, but I think they're running I think this, again, everything that they're doing is directed at Whitey and it's directed at Islam. I think they really want to make these two groups the boogeymen for different people, right? And yeah, I just think it's just a very interesting thing that they got going on, because the whole left of this, like, the whole left that's left over from whatever's been going on the last 5 years since George Floyd or whatever, they're really pushing super hard against Whitey, but they're simultaneously embracing Islam. Ironic, but it's not like they're really embracing it. They're actually, like, trying to destroy it, but they're pseudo embracing Islam, which what they're actually trying to do is liberalize it, essentially. And so it's a very sophisticated, like, it's a very sophisticated psyop that's going on, in my opinion. Like, they're really trying hard to make Islam woke and make Whitey, you know, basically go in hiding and become crypto Jews, like Bill Eater says. So that's kind of what I think is going on. I think they're trying to force Whitey to join with the Jews, but not tell anybody about it. That's what I think's going on, but I can't prove that, but that's kind of what I think.
Yeah, Renton. Basically shutting this one down.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was kind of a spur of the moment thing. It's mainly because of Neurojack. He wanted to go live and hash out some of this stuff. We didn't really get to what we wanted to get to.
So there's like a part 3 coming, maybe.
Part 3 tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if you'll have time
Okay.
tomorrow, Neuro, but you know. Or if he's already gone. Figure out the mysteries, folks. Also, with Unseen Warfare, I know Neuro said he was busy on the phone and stuff, so we'll figure it out. But because this part's pretty significant with this call from, what do you say? From Andrew to Jim Bob, I guess. And there's also a giant cope session on the Apostate Prophet show, where I guess they were calling Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob groypers and Nazis. So I kind of want to go and take a look at that and maybe get some timestamps there. Right. So maybe I'll be prepared for tomorrow. Right.
From that React stream they were doing, or a
Yeah.
different one?
Yeah. So Jim Bob was in the chat and he was cowering because they called him a groyper. And they were like, oh, this is how they deplatform people. And big old bad Big Papa Fascist was scared that people were calling him a Nazi. Oh. So
Sad trombone.
Sad trombone. Legitimately. But yeah, anyways, you got anything to say to these people, my friend?
No, not really. I wasn't able to get here quick enough.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, we did a huge show on Truther. I don't want to really say huge, but we did an hour-long stream yesterday on Truther Comp called Grift Apocalypse. I'm sure. Right?
Yeah, I
But
was there for most of that one.
Yeah,
I think
so
I was.
Yeah, so check that one out. If you guys get to that one, let me see if I got a link for you guys. Here's a link to Grift Apocalypse stream. And yeah, enjoy that stream. Okay, enjoy yesterday's stream that we did, and we'll be back tomorrow, maybe around 7 or 8 or 9. It all depends on when the boys are free, right? So yeah, Griff Apocalypse runs deep, exactly. So here's a link to Griff Apocalypse.
You forgot the Y, Truther. You might want to edit that.
Yeah.
It's still, though, it's a good name.
Yeah. But yeah, anyways, enjoy the night, folks. Blessings. I mean, yeah, talk to you guys tomorrow. This is a continuation of a series we did yesterday on the machine lies, right? So we'll be republishing this at some point where we have full access to the channel and all of that type of stuff. So we'll figure it out, folks, right? But yeah, thank you for joining here. And yeah, we'll be back soon.
Easy.
Yeah, easy. Blessings. And here, hold on, folks. Play some songs for you guys. Thank you, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies.
Worshipping Jesus, praising Allah, they pray in the Buddha. It's a holy war in the age of computers, revenge of the Arabs. Castro probably dying in Cuba. His brother through marriage, his destiny is Raul the ruler. The English is with us, North Koreans testing the waters. They sons and they daughters are training for America's slaughter. The planet is hotter, getting hotter than lava. If I had $1 for every time they mention Osama, the wicked, the winning, the cunning, the coming. They humming, the gunning, the Jews are dropping bombs and they blowing up hundreds. Chavez is tripping, Venezuelan oil conglomerate up in Alaska, the pipeline is polluting the continent. Hell with the Vatican. Benedict is conflict with faggots is. He don't want them changing or arranging up marriages. Babies and carriages twisted by domestic disturbances. Urgent emergencies freaking all your neighbors and urban kids. Hell with their purposes. Gasoline is peaking and rocketing. Is the Arab and Israeli conflict really the problem? Just look at Obama. He shares an ancestor with Cheney. We living in Harvard, the television wilding for ratings. I'm tired of waiting. I got a feeling something go happen. Ain't nobody skating. I dreamed about the splitting of atoms. I really can't fathom the chemicals our food is containing. They grabbing our children and sticking them up in basic training. It's so entertaining to witness all these millions of people just gather together and worship all those symbols of evil. It's starting upheaval and gathering our secret society. Something primeval inside of me that crave notoriety. They shit on your blessings. They tortured me in school with their lessons. Sat me in front of a man and made me give him confession. This country's oppression has got us going through a recession. Your worldly possessions will all be taken soon with discretion. They killing in Burma, erasing more than half of they populace. Choppers is drifting across the Gaza Strip and they mocking us. People are screaming, a gun and bucks and scatters its metal. You know you ain't dreaming, it's just another day in the ghetto. They slowly killing us through cigarettes and medication. Okinawa, Hiroshima, pulmonary emphysema. Soldiers up in Iwo Jima didn't need no help from FEMA. Chosen men with battle scars. Galactic rhyme, your battle star. Poison rays that travel days. There's many ways to land on Mars. Now they killing us with cars, cause they overlook the fumes. Baby food, they come in jars. Fed the infants causing doom. Hit the lights and leave the room. People running in the street. Armageddon coming soon. Microchips control your sleep. Scan your wrists and pay your debts. The sky is full of flying jets. Mixing clouds with chemicals. Amazing, we ain't dying yet. Every time you wash your hair or brush your teeth, you're dying quick. Every time you eat a hunk of steak and take a giant shit. Every time you feed your kids, I bet they are preservatives. And every time the major planets always try to murder us. The streets is full of mercenaries waiting for their time to kill. Worshipping the pyramid is found upon the dollar bill. I hope you understand for real. Again, I never say it. We only have till 2012 before they come in spaceships. Cigarettes and medication.
Before I ever existed, the war between the sadistic and the realistic had been predicted. The balance of the world's power shifted when artistic control was given to the wicked and lifted from the gifted. When I was born a female mystic, insisted she entered the room, leaned over my forehead and kissed it. Inside me my assignments were listed. I was never told this till I was older, fearing the risk that I resisted. The first composition I ever composed triggered a conscious thought probe that the mystic had enclosed. I folded in an agonizing pose. When it was over, I would hold the keys to expose the motives of the soul. Meanwhile, on the same side of the globe, a slow-growing entity drove the masses to ignorance overload. I stayed inside my reclusive mode, and although this was strange, I still didn't complain, though I blatantly noticed the change. I started having recollections, nostalgic reflections of things that ignited mental resurrection. Now every audio-visual object we digest contributes to this gradual degenerative process. Nonetheless, I wasn't under stress. I just rested and convalesced, sharpened my talents to soar beyond the best. Fell asleep, it felt like something was being put on my head. I woke up and saw two individuals at the foot of my bed. One said,
"Listen, K, we know you've been chosen to fight the deadly force that germinated and rose in the night. All the knowledge that you'll need I'll expose on this flight.
What's up with this paralysis?
You're frozen in light.
Where can you unfreeze me? And please be quick about telling me the reason why you come to seize me." He said,
said, I'm sure you heard of the machine, where we convene concerning its destruction, and we've chosen you to lead the team. Folks are going to die, you have no choice, so you better comply.
I said, I was no one special, I'm just a regular guy. He said,
that's a lie, you were born for this, never deny.
I looked in his eyes and said, okay man, whatever, I'll try. 2 seconds later, I went from my room to on the craft. Inside the lab where I received training to run the staff. What seemed like one day of training had been a year. The mystic reappeared and said, no one must interfere. I said, lady, I could be wrong, but I feel like I know you. She smiled and said, you do, and at the proper time I'll show you. As for the masses, there's a fate you have to save them from. Look at the people and how disillusioned they become. The thought streams that this machine is filtering are ill-meaning and bewildering. You have to kill this thing. You'll have to start with all of its compartments and execute mark hits on targets from Earth or orbit. After I listened, I started on my mission with one magician from the spacecraft as my assistant. The first place he brung me, it stunned me. What I saw living among me, 85% were already zombies. The schools and the streets and the houses were doused with the venom of lying governments and sick media outlets. All intelligent thoughts that sprout get rerouted and ousted. I had to obliterate the whole outfit, but where was it stationed? We tried to pinpoint its location with extrasensory perceptive navigation. 2 seconds after springing to action, I saw on the caption the giant shadow of a robotic contraption. I turned around and shockingly seen a technologically supreme object that no logic could possibly dream. Everything that it said was obscene, plus its head was a screen. It blasted at me with a red glowing beam. I blasted back with a shot of my own. Medulla oblongata, lava fire straight out of my bottomless dome. I heard a voice that made my hair raise. To paraphrase, it said,
we'll forever convey our wicked ways over the airwaves. Can't stop the rise, we were put here to deceive the wise. We're the ones who say the truth and make people believe the lies. Made the world slave, so don't defy it.
To save it, I would try it. It was modern day David and Goliath. This denial den that we resided in was multiplying. This Leviathan was like trying to escape the Poseidon. So every great phrase that was ever spoken, I quoted, decoded, and overloaded its modem till it exploded. When it blew up, I was glad and released it. Till I seen new machines forming from each of the fragmented pieces. Now I gotta overcome the offspring, the children of them. I went from dealing with just one to a million of them. A whole army in the distance ahead. And prisoners of listeners tapped my assistant and said, I need a G719 skill gun. He said, I never heard of that. I said, I know, I just made it up. Go build one. He left and said, okay, I'll go get it. Just hold him off for a minute. 60 seconds later, he reappeared with it. I snatched it with no time to study or test it. It consisted of just one definite button, so I pressed it. Oh man. I awoke in a cloud of smoke. I saw people, one of them stepped out of the crowd and spoke. It's so enlightening to be mentally redeemed, he said. I'm like, what happened? He said, look, all the machines are dead. Conscious thinking that the ultimate degree again. No more government, commercial radio, or CNN. The gas released out of your weapon made the cameras fall. Reversed the spell of the machine and deprogrammed us all. I said, but there were millions, how could we persist to live?
After the wisdom, everyone took the initiative.
One by one, they were individually destroyed. By everything with knowledge, all functions deployed. They sparked the process with cerebral brainwashing, narcotics, scientific control, anatomic robotics, melodic hypnotics. The mystic then delivered my fate. Way that erased my memory, sending me back to my original state. You wonder how then was it told of y'all? The thought probe was never taken out. It recorded the whole battle and showed it all. Now future generations can say that they seen the total annihilation of the evil machine.
Every time I stop, it seems stuck. Soon as you try to step off the cannabis, the megalithic master craftsman, closet meteorologist. Look at the clouds, a storm's coming. That's common sense. I think about this giant monstrosity. 10W40 blood viscosity, big enough to kill the whole colony. Lock a low kiss on the oil leaking from the barrel drum. I did it all for dinosaur blood. The sky is falling, ocean levels rising from warming. Too much carbon, we all know the real causes. Jet planes in the skies are storming. Dark night, riot squads are forming. Snakes are calling, rack jumping shit, but the water is boiling. Produce is spoiling, state of affairs appalling. Can't believe people still snoring. Wake up and stop yawning. Vengeance is mine in the morning. Speech, recognize speech. Mobile phone signals out of reach. Data plan says your talk is cheap. The king is a captive, trapped by his own inaction. Celebrated after global disaster. That's before the Arthur Poor Papa was captured. His golden palace was collapsed amidst great ashes that were once wide green pastures where panthers, dragons, tigers, and rappers. He was but a man of minor stature, the megalithic master craftsman. Futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. My brain ain't getting enough oxygen. I built the robotic cannabis and now nobody's stopping us. Black hoodie in the streets, lumberjack fleece. The beast from the east, by the thunderclap beats. Ability from baggage, drop it. Hip hop is toxic. I administer the detox process all over the beat. I rap with my robot to feel complete. He can rap better than me. Not a hard thing to do to cut RTR loose. He gon' show every one of you he got the juice. Personal revelations regarding self-preservation, daily wealth generation, and healthy meditation. Cool, but I can't, so I shit my pants. I'm okay, I go sit over there. You go dance, have fun, go find romance. Can a matchbox man? No, but a tin can. Grant me the cloud, I'ma fix this thing. Give me a mic, I might decline to sing. Lyric for lyric, layer for layer, prayer for prayer. They want the future thinking I'm a failure. Gotta write some bars essentially kept on cloud storage. Cause I ain't got the memory for it. I gotta do my best if I can barely pull my own weight. These the island stone face told me to wait. Strength of vitality, Darrow Rock Indians dance for me. Half a dozen UFOs land from 7 billion minds. Couldn't control the mind of one, controlling solar flares coming from and 51. The mixing board, channeling the mixing board, channeling spirits like a Nietzsche board. They stare at us all, evaporated terrestrial walk through the walls and explain everything about reality. That's all the man knows who are Grim Wars master. The matrix manifest miracle motions into a crystal quartz or smoke chemicals into our hall. A danger to you all, but stop to the score, to the last man fall. Possess all knowledge known the days of old when all lyricists were bold and they spoke from the soul. The oxygen I breathe is 1 billion years old. Born to translate to something great unfolds. Animate ones and zeros, a sideways explode. My occipital logo, remote viewing the globe. Biological electrodes protrude from my probes, connected nose flows tabulated below. You already know. Unlimited meaning with words beyond human reserve, beyond being protected or served. College is a source for knowledge. Soul Sand 51, Commander Complex, a rhythm robotic. Basel 3 compliant, the psychopath science of LIBOR clients that have to revise their diet, produce their own food, export or supply it, sell goods to the market that allow us to buy it. But what if inflation cripples suppliers, setting off economic dividers to ripple even wider? The sun visor, chief analyzer, HNIC improviser. Just don't get so excited over secrets that should not be told, and you should not be so bold. Who are you to judge how they roll? It's a cold world, yes indeed, but in achieving your dreams, then how can you regret what you've seen? Sideways 8 times C to the light is how long it takes me. I suggest you leave hip-hop alone for your own safety. 10,000 causes twist. To be nice, I sacrifice things like nose. He doesn't exaggerate. He claims he was the first rapper in space. Ain't scared to say rip the jacket to your face. He was trusted but betrayed. His name led him to his grave, but not before he conquered his rage. What a marvelous day, gardening, parsing in the shade. Quite a change from his militant ways. He said one reckless action could pierce like swords, but the tongues of the wise will bring healing from the wars. No matter where you go, there you are, standing before God. What does this have to do with a job? IRA 401k, I need to pay right away. Go away, silence they say. No escape for the slave trying to run us like jogging in place. The gulags are not very far away. Pompeii, 7 kilometers going the wrong way. Motherfuckers be VG GPS wrong all day. Meditating a time machine, mixed back and forth with a laser beam screen like weapons you can't beat. Concentrate on everybody's dreams by using a touch screen. Billions of souls trapped between the American dream. The supreme being talks to Vishnu and Shiva to move between shrubs and trees. Screen calls from the unseen. By a prophet it must have been. I see Project Blue Beam of the hip hop machine. Understand what I mean? A bunch of fake niggas trying to create storyboard scenes. I will be redeemed, as odd as it may seem. I need that past stream. The helicopter news team try to scream. Lightning bolt stream from the heat by the beat. I transform into a beast with wise heat. Tap that so I speak symptoms last for weeks. The best MC in the world. Complex coded that nigga is ill. He globally about to preach with a poetic masterpiece. Whenever the horns blow, sweeping for the beast from the east to the depth. We are sworn to protect. Hip hop is eternal. Gotta live it till the end, my friend. But I must rescind. I've got a murder to attend. Bitch, please be my guest. Jack up the head. Breaking the sweat. Buddha, Allah, Yahweh, God, Jesus, Vishnu, Shiva, Arm. A stealth pierces the clouds. Seconds later is followed by a silent sound. The war starts now. Conventional or synthetic. Cooper nickel center with titanium exterior shields and edges. Yeah, I have a pump of nickel wheat with extra pepper. Sinuses acting up. It must be the weather. Strategic vector flight paths. CIA staff got some pretty ass bitches. Don't be such a tight ass. It's your profession. Poet laureate since 77. I converted infinity into a weapon. Shouted, stop complaining. Shut up unless you got a solution. We looking at him like, what do we do, sir? He said nothing, then lowered his head and said everything will fix itself in the end. Syllables we know globally, upholding a hip-hop rosary, notably greatest mixer of all time, supposedly murders the jackers urgently. Observe me perform surgery at the mixing board comfortably. Send the jackers to the cemetery, snake eats the canary. Pride, many incendiary vocabulary, extraordinary galactic emissary. The designation, preliminary degree, location, cosmonaut communications through a constellation of celestials, equations, undated stimulation, piezoelectric information, electrocranial, completely awesome ramifications, fucking supernatural force all over creation. Creativity from the sky originate from high sources, more shamanic, chronic. The aura describes the forces that causes forces in armor to draw flying source. It enlightens the brother, engage in battles, Satan's monsters, bathed in heaven. Waters man Allen Bell holds up my boxes forever, you motherfucking bastards. Don't believe NASA, stitches meaningless back. Don't believe the contractor with a satchel of answers. Rapper the public propaganda. I am a terror from command. The fucking smell of gunpowder, rifle in the range finder. Who's the one that's cylinder moon by shoulder I shoot with it separated. Stupid, you think you got a better shot than me, then do it. Now you got the juice. Stop the music. Silence. I want you to hear what the truth is. I wanna see humankind rise. I wanna see it with my own eyes. I wanna see racism stop. I want aliens to listen to hip hop. Haters misquote rhymes, pour turpentine down their throats, let them choke at the bamboo vines. Arnold Schwarzenegger movie screen casualty count. Between him and Sly Stone, they gon' carry you out. Overhead AWACS, wipe the whole place off the map. No excessive force, just rap. What kind of life you got? You see me here rhyming with this robot. You know a brother love hip hop. Love overboard, choppy water, high winds and fall. Probably never make it back to shore. The world's crowded, but I feel alone. I'ma always be there for you. Turns into now you on your own. A life of service, nowhere near politician perfect. I'm glad the wife is a strong person. I'ma forget you, but not if you're special. Especially if you're indiscriminately unsettled. Wherever you're at, that's where you settle. Public programs, policy, pussy to pedal. Metaphors melt metal. Morphed into something that could be used by rebels to fight corporate devils. Raise the drawbridge, fuck you. You are all dead men walking, talking about you awesome. Terabytes of lyrics, yottabytes of spirits. Some criticize it, some like to hear it. Regulatory telling the story, you have the right to remain silent. Charlie, I'm sorry, please stop talking. Strength and vitality, the Arawak Indians dance for me because I commanded it to be. I pluck triggers like ukuleles with the strings missing. Wasn't ever into no ring kissing. Biological rhythm, always watching the bottom of women. My harem of Cleopatra's my kittens. When the invitation is given, do not go. The hair and nails of the undead do not grow. I ain't got enough teeth to properly eat meat. I can't barbecue cause property ain't cheap. Construction costs per square foot. Either we gotta stay put or we gotta find somewhere else to cook. When I'm satisfied, I'll deliver. Take the arrow out of the quiver. All X-ray vision, night goggle, ripper block, Google and Twitter. Why harness human pigeons for biohazard contingents or living organic conditions? Maybe this will put your symptoms back in remission. Spitting so much things we don't know taking place, but they are taking care of everything every day. Liability birds mimic my voice. The hardest thing to avoid turns out to be the simplest choice. I'm a deep water dredge. Do you get it through your motherfucking head? One day you remember what I said. What happens when 7 billion minds couldn't match the mind of one? Shame solar force coming from the sun. Composition, none of your business. So what are you thinking? I'm thinking he's gifted. He should be under urgent care supervision. Was there anything he said or anything? Every time I stop.
When I rock, it's like a deja vu. Revolution feel like cool. When I grab this microphone and flip on all these fake ass crews. I'm down for writers, breakers, movers and shakers, illuminators. Somebody save us and take us to God who made us. Blow, lick a shot, it's hip hop. If I move to the east, that shit don't cease, so yo, it don't stop. You get dropped by sonic waves, caught in the maze, ancient days. Heart of a lion, fire ablaze, cause search high, search low, but there seems that there's just one blur. Ask why, don't know. It's the one thing you can't think of. Search high, search low, but there seems that there's just one blur. Ask why, don't know. Rockets like a deja vu. Revolution feel like cool. When I grab this microphone and flip on all these gas crews. I'm down for writers, breakers, movers and shakers, illuminators. Somebody save us and take us to God who made us. Blow, lick a shot, it's hip hop. If I move to the east, that don't see, so yo, it don't stop. You get dropped by sonic waves, caught in a maze, ancient days. Heart of a lion, fire ablaze, cause search high, search low, but there seems that there's just one blur. Ask why, don't know. It's the one thing you can't think of. Search high, search low, but there seems that there's just one blur. Ask why, don't know. This is homicide. This is homicide, useless homicide. This is homicide, useless homicide. This is homicide. Yeah.
Fuck a Nazi, what the Nazi, I come with Selassie. Bloody up in white sheets until they're soggy. Kill your posse, your blood clot mugshot looking fussy. I thought I told y'all cats keep your fucking eyes off me. Your cats acting like you got too much with the softie. Watch out jumping across the street, cause they double cross me. I mashed before they lost me. My presence is priceless, yes, costly. Your whole fucking squad needs some coffee. Y'all feeling better, making it a point to haul me and dog me. Y'all cats acting like you discard me, yeah, hardly. Judge your children, they not to starve me, I'm sorry. Judge I love, I like I love morning. As is John the Baptist and Garvey. It's time to work, this work is play, I play in party. Lawnmower woman always has access, so don't call me. I grab the gold medals and rub it down foot and on.
some white sheet and say no white sheet. Get your ass up, boy, sit in my seat. I say, why recycle white trash when they the reason that we sidetrack? Let some melt in no ice cap, taking our life back. And present the sun who gonna strike black. Lion of Judah making your mic scat. Give me that mic back. I know you're listening closely because my mic's tagged right in the rhythm like I was high-hat. Murder the sound boy who wanna sabotage my death. Fuck where you from, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm at.
My fist is a gun, my fingers is individual pistol system overload. Flicks is toe to toe, eye to eye, soul to soul. Walk amongst the lords of war, swords of gore. Cause these invisible walls to fall. Mental slavery, schism in the prison corridor. Code leader, orator. Since I was a shorty, y'all busy with the 44. The black flag represent the skull and the guns. It's like selling a Mac 11 to Attila the Hun. The ultimate code leaders, adult folk villains, coke dealers in the champagne room with broke feelings, so fake amongst plastic piranhas. I'ma put you all to sleep in some acid pajamas. Central intelligence odyssey, mind control biography. MK Ultra, extraterrestrial side of me, way beyond astronomy. Double O like Sean Connery. We walk silently with big silencers. Everything William Cooper was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York is way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, a man with one eye is everything William Cooper was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York is way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, man with one eye is the king.
My fist is a gun, every finger's an individual sword. You either living with Shaitan or you living with God. I make metal with the cold leader orator. Since I was a shorty, all busy with Bacardi Raw. I caught the 44 symphonies by Marley Marl. I would splatter all of y'all, shit y'all never saw before. Vinny and his dogs of war, bombs the size of soccer balls. Since y'all was inside the walls, torture with the waterboards. Grab him by his throat, take his fucking head and scalp him. I carry black metal like I'm Venom's second album. Support Dr. York, don't believe what's said about him. Strangle non-believers till the fucking redness out him. If we don't like what they say, then I guess we have to drown them. All they see is a demon lord and death around them. I'm made of mercury alloy like I was an amalgam. No matter how you look at it, cousin, death is the outcome.
Was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York is way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, a man with one eye is the king. Everything was talking about then is happening now. Malachi York is way ahead of his time too. It's wild. In the land of the blind, a man with one eye is the king. One eye. One eye. I is the king.